Chapter 1859. Lu Ziyuan's body suddenly collapsed under Wang Lin's punch from thousands of feet away. Lu Ziyuan's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. His origin soul became distorted and shattered under Wang Lin's strongest punch. Only his head was pushed back by a powerful force toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed it, and then he disappeared. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, the entire battlefield became silent. Lu Ziyuan's mournful cry before he died spread in all directions. The mid-stage void, turbulent old man named Zhang, who was fighting Lu Wenran, trembled. He ignored Lu Wenran and quickly retreated. Lu Wenran's eyes narrowed as he heard the mournful cry before Lu Ziyuan's death. A void, turbulent cultivator died in battle. Lu Ziyuan. The old man named Zhang quickly retreated and arrived at the place where Lu Ziyuan died. When he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, his pupils shrank. He clearly knew the relationship between Lu Ziyuan and the Devil Dao sect's sect master. Seeing Lu Ziyuan die, his heart trembled. There was also the old man named Zhao, who was fighting Yin Lu and company. He also desperately retreated. When Yin Lu and company heard the scream, they were startled and arrived at the place where Lu Ziyuan died. Lu Ziyuan is dead? The three early-stage, void, turbulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent also retreated. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Aside from them, there was no one else. On the extreme sky prairie, anyone who heard Lu Ziyuan's miserable scream before his death was shocked, and their eyes were filled with horror. A void, turbulent cultivator has died. That voice sounds like Elder Lu's. A void, turbulent cultivator has died. An uproar echoed. Void, turbulent cultivators rarely died. Retreat. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the old man named Zhang. He waved his sleeves, and his divine sense spread out. He turned into a ray of light and quickly left. The people around him quickly followed and left in the blink of an eye. Lu Wenran didn't chase. He looked at the old man's back and pondered. The identity of this person must be extraordinary. But who killed him? Su Donda looked around and frowned. He didn't know who had killed the enemy void turbulent cultivator, but he was shocked. He killed a void turbulent earth cultivator in such a short period of time. Who is this person? Only Yin Lu's pupil shrank. She vaguely noticed something, and her right hand couldn't help but tremble. It's him. As the void, turbulent cultivators retreated, the thousands of Green Devil Continent cultivators that were still alive quickly fled into the distance in fear. Return to the underground palace and guard it tightly. The other party will definitely launch a second attack. We just need to defend within the mist. Don't chase after them. Lu Wenran flicked his sleeves and looked around. Who could it be? He took a step forward and disappeared into the ground. Shortly after, all the heavenly bull continent cultivators melted into the earth and disappeared. In the underground palace below the extreme sky prairie, almost 10,000 cultivators had gone out, but less than 4,000 had returned. These 4,000 people silently pondered and returned to their caves to prepare for the next battle. Wang Lin also returned to the underground palace with the thousands of cultivators. His face was pale. His battle with Lu Ziyuan hadn't lasted for long, but it had been an extremely difficult battle for Wang Lin. He had calculated everything, including the order of his attacks and the other party's reaction. He had also taken advantage of the fact that the other party's celestial spiritual energy was exhausted in the fog formation. All of these conditions allowed him to kill Lu Ziyuan, but even so, he was injured. There was intense pain in his chest, and he needed to heal as soon as possible. This is the first void turbulent cultivator I killed. Void turbulent cultivators are too difficult to kill. Wang Lin silently pondered. If it wasn't for the heavenly bull formation, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lu Ziyuan. Wang Lin had expected that no one would notice that he had killed Lu Ziyuan. In truth, when he attacked, in order to prevent Lu Ziyuan from escaping, he had already shrunk the restriction around the area where he and Lu Ziyuan were fighting. With the restriction around, even if other people's divine sense entered, it would be blurry and they wouldn't be able to see clearly. Therefore, Even when he summoned the Great Soul Sect's ninth ancestor, Luo Yunhai, it would be difficult for others to notice. After all, Wang Lin had a lot of secrets, and he didn't want others to notice him. That was why he had used the restriction to make it difficult for others to notice him. At this moment, almost every cultivator in the underground palace was filled with speculations. They were all wondering who had killed a void, turbulent cultivator on the other side. Inside the underground palace, Lu Wenran, Yin Lu, and the other 5 void, turbulent cultivators were all silently sitting there. Beside them were the 3 old men that had looked down on Wang Lin. The 3 old men were filled with shock. It was obvious that they found it hard to believe that someone on their side had killed a void, turbulent cultivator. If it was Lu Wenran, they could accept it. Even if it was one of the other void, turbulent cultivators, it would still be acceptable. However, it was obvious that the person who had killed the Green Devil Continent's void, turbulent cultivator wasn't one of them. So who was it? I didn't see it clearly. During the battle, the cultivator named Lu retreated as if he wanted to devour pills to replenish his celestial spiritual energy. And the sounds of battle came from there. During this time, I also scanned with my divine sense, but there was a restriction there. After my divine sense entered, it was blurry and I couldn't see clearly. I also scanned with my divine sense, but I didn't find anything. The 3 void, turbulent cultivators from the nearby sects spoke to each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt and dread. They were confused about who had killed the Green Devil Continent's void, turbulent cultivator and feared what kind of cultivation level was needed to kill an undying void, turbulent cultivator in such a short period of time. To a certain extent, cultivators who had passed 9 arcane turbulence and stepped into the true void turbulent stage were undying and undying. Undying meant that their lifespan was as long as the world. Undying meant that it was extremely difficult for void, turbulent cultivators to die. One of the 3 old men that hadn't reached the void, turbulent stage and had looked down on Wang Lin muttered, "Who could it be? It looks like there is a hidden powerhouse among the cultivators outside." Lu Wenran's gaze swept by everyone. He didn't think these people could kill a cultivator of the same cultivation level in such a short period of time. As his gaze swept by, he suddenly thought of a person. His pupils shrank, but he soon gave up on this absurd thought. It can't be him. He can't do this. Lu Wenran thought of Wang Lin. Okay, since this person isn't willing to show up, then there's no need to look for him. This is a good thing for us, and perhaps this person will show up soon. Lu Wenran's expression was gloomy. He didn't like that something he couldn't grasp had happened in the 3rd meridian he was guarding. This made his mood fluctuate a bit. Su Donda frowned and suddenly said, "Is it possible that the person who did this isn't here and was just passing by during the battle?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone began to ponder the matter. Lu Wenran gaped in shock. After thinking about it for a moment, he came to the conclusion that it was quite possible. After all, he didn't believe that there was anyone other than himself who could do such a thing. The same scene was happening outside the heavenly bullfog. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, the thousands of Green Devil Continent cultivators were silently sitting down. The 2 mid-stage void, turbulent old men were at the center, and they were questioning Lu Ziyuan's death. It's not that no void, turbulent cultivators have died in the war between the Green Devil Continent and the Heavenly Bull Continent, but this is the first time we've watched them die without knowing who killed them. The old man named Zhang's expression was extremely gloomy and filled with anger. He didn't know how angry the Devil Dao Sect's sect master, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, would be if he found out about this. Elder Lu's identity. Someone among the void, turbulent cultivators fighting with Lu Ziyuan said in a low voice, but he didn't finish speaking. Let's put the matter of identity aside for now. Think about it carefully and see if there are any clues. How could something like this happen in such a short period of time? The old man named Zhao let out a sigh and slowly spoke. At that time, Elder Lu retreated to take the devouring pill. We were blocked by the fog and couldn't see clearly. But soon, we heard the sounds of fighting. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the fighting was over. Divine sense can't penetrate inside. There's a layer of restriction. However, I noticed that Elder Lu took out his treasure and caused a large amount of resentment to gather. A few of them spoke about what happened. As everyone spoke, a woman who hadn't spoken until now suddenly said, "Elder Zhao, I have a discovery." This woman was one of the 4 people fighting with Lu Ziyuan against the 3 void turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent. She was a bit hesitant, and when the old man named Zhao looked over, she clenched her teeth. Aside from the Heavenly Bull fog, there is another layer of restriction that prevents our divine sense from entering. This restriction should be the Devil Restriction Sex Space Restriction Formation. I have come into contact with this formation before, so I shouldn't be wrong. As soon as he said this, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Everyone's gazes were focused on the old man, surnamed Zhao. This old man, named Zhao, was someone from the Green Devil Continent's 3 great sects, the Devil Restriction Sect. The old man named Zhao's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "I'm not familiar with the Space Restriction Formation, so I didn't notice it. However, now that you mention it, I think of something. The tragedy at the Pill Sea was investigated by my Devil Restriction Sect, and combined with the reports of our spies, we locked onto an elder of the Great Soul Sect named Wang Lin. Also, a space-severing restriction compass disappeared in the Pill Sea. However, according to the sect's central formation, the compass wasn't destroyed." As the old man named Zhao spoke, he looked into the depths of the extreme sky prairie. If that is the case, then it is likely that he killed Elder Lu. Even if he isn't, there must be some connection. Wang Lin. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of the old man named Zhang. He had to kill this person, or else he wouldn't be able to withstand the anger of the sect master. Chapter 1860. On the extreme sky prairie, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bright moonlight shined on the earth and shrouded the prairie in silver. From afar, it was very beautiful and gave off an indescribable sense of tranquility. It was impossible to tell that a battle between tens of thousands of cultivators had occurred here during the day. Even on the ground, there were no corpses. The bodies and souls of the dead cultivators had all been absorbed by the mist that had dissipated. It was no different from usual. Just the traces of blood lingering in this place was enough to prove how tragic it was during the day. The moonlight could only fall on the ground and couldn't penetrate into the underground palace. Wang Lin was sitting inside a cave. This cave was completely dark without any light, and even Wang Lin's figure was hidden in the darkness, as if he had merged with the darkness. Wang Lin had paid a great price to kill Lu Ziyuan. He had calculated before and after, as well as the final killing blow. At this moment, his face was pale as he cultivated with his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. In the pitch-black cave, the light was like 2 balls of flame, flickering, extremely shocking. Wang Lin had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to kill a void turbulent cultivator. It was not easy for others to kill him, and Lu Ziyuan hadn't used many of his methods and treasures. After all, Wang Lin's timing was very vicious. Otherwise, the result would be unknown. 10 early-stage void turbulent cultivators and 3 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. The mission Old Ancestor Green Bull gave me is very difficult. Wang Lin silently pondered. In truth, when he agreed to Old Ancestor Green Bull's 3 conditions, he had already thought through all of this. The reason he agreed was because Wang Lin didn't want to owe those 3 gifts. Just the gift of the water origin alone was almost equivalent to giving him a strand of origin. Furthermore, the difficulty of condensing and comprehending essences on one's own was obvious from Wang Lin's thunder and fire essences. That was why this gift was so important that Wang Lin couldn't refuse it. As for the spatial stone, although it seemed ordinary, Wang Lin had a vague feeling that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There were too many spaces within it, and it was very mysterious. There was also the last gift, the opportunity to deduce and scheme. It could help Wang Lin greatly at the critical moment, and even reverse the situation. These 3 gifts were heavy. Since Wang Lin had accepted them, with his personality, he had to repay them. There are still 9 early-stage void, turbulent cultivators left. If I can kill one, I can definitely kill 9 more. The most important thing is the 3 mid-stage void, turbulent cultivators. Even if I explode the gourd with 30 million Dao souls, I can only kill one. As for the remaining 2 mid-stage void, turbulent cultivators, Wang Lin frowned, but he didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with coldness. Old Ancestor Green Bull gave me these 3 conditions because he was confident I wouldn't be able to complete them in a short period of time. However, I don't want to participate too much in the battle between the Heavenly Bull and the Green Devil. I must complete the 3 conditions as soon as possible. Once I have no connection with the Great Soul Sect, I must quickly leave this place. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the darkness below him. He couldn't see the cave clearly, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked outside the cave. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the door of the cave and see outside. At this moment, the underground palace was completely silent, with only the faint sound of breathing. The dim light came from the few moonstones here. In the dim light, the shadow of a woman floated over from the distance and stood outside Wang Lin's cave. She looked at the cave where Wang Lin was and hesitated. After pondering for a long time, she was about to send out a divine sense message when Wang Lin's calm voice came from inside the cave. "Fellow cultivator, Yin Lu has come to visit so late at night. Why hesitate outside? Please come in." As Wang Lin's words echoed, the door to the cave silently opened, revealing a crack. It was completely dark inside the crack, making it impossible to see what was inside. From Yin Lu's position, the crack in the door was like a big mouth that was waiting for her to enter. After pondering for a while, Yin Lu clenched her teeth. She had questions in her heart, and if she didn't clarify them, it would be difficult for her to calm down. Yin Lu's body flickered, and she entered the crack in the door. At the instant he entered, the door to the cave suddenly closed, not leaving a single gap. After the door closed, Yin Lu immediately stopped and looked ahead. The darkness here was so dark that unless she activated her cultivation in her eyes, it would be a blur if she just relied on the naked eye. She could faintly see the outline of Wang Lin sitting not far away. That figure gave her a lot of pressure, and the source of this pressure came from the 2 bets in the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Looking ahead, as a woman, Yin Lu was sensitive to the killing intent here. This killing intent was very faint, and it wasn't directed at her. It was obvious that this person had returned here to cultivate after killing. This was a natural aura that would come out of his body. This aura could only be detected by cultivators. For some reason, the moment she felt this killing intent, Lu Ziyuan's figure appeared in Yin Lu's mind. Everything that happened before his death appeared in her eyes like a fantasy. She seemed to have seen Wang Lin kill Lu Ziyuan in a very short period of time. Wang Lin slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Yin Lu, it is late at night. You're standing inside Wang Lin's cave without saying a word. Do you want to stay there all night? Did you kill that early-stage void, turbulent cultivator from the Green Devil continent?" Yin Lu silently pondered for a moment, and her voice echoed inside the cave. "It must be you. In this underground palace, aside from Elder Lu Wenran, no one can do this in a short period of time. If there is anyone, it must be you. Others don't know your ability, but I know it very well." Yin Lu looked at Wang Lin's shadow hidden in the darkness and softly said, "Wang Lin, is it you?" No comment. Wang Lin silently pondered a bit, and his voice was still calm. There was no fluctuation in his voice, as if it was normal. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Yin Lu smiled and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. She looked at Wang Lin in the darkness and softly spoke. "I don't know why you won't admit it, but your aura is unstable, and you obviously have to pay a certain price. After all, a void turbulent cultivator won't die so easily. If you need help, I can. The premise is that after we kill the void turbulent cultivator, we split the benefits equally. I hope Elder Wang doesn't mind." This is Yin Lu's sincerity. This was the real purpose of Yin Lu. After she finished speaking, she took out a pill and placed it on the ground. Then she bowed at Wang Lin and slowly retreated. She waved her sleeves, and a gentle wind surrounded the door. The door opened a crack, and she turned into a strand of smoke that disappeared. From beginning to end, Wang Lin only said those 4 words to Yin Lu's question and didn't say anything else. After Yin Lu left, Wang Lin opened his eyes. 2 balls of fire-like light shined in the dark cave. He looked at the door of the cave and at Yin Lu's back. There was a flash of pondering in his eyes. His right hand reached out and the pill flew into his hand. After taking a closer look, the pill gave off a fragrant fragrance. It was obviously an excellent pill for healing. Wang Lin slowly revealed a smile. Time slowly passed, and soon 2 days went by. The Green Devil Continent cultivators at the edge of the extreme sky prairie were very quiet during these 2 days. They didn't start a second battle, as if they were waiting for something. They only sent out a few dozen people to closely observe the movements of the extreme sky prairie. The underground palace also sent out some cultivators to patrol. There would occasionally be some friction, but there were no large-scale battles. The cultivators that went out to patrol were assigned by the 3 old men. The old man named Zhou was in charge of almost all of them. Aside from void turbulent cultivators, the other cultivators would be sent out to patrol at any time. As for the cultivators that didn't go out to patrol, they were immersed in cultivation to keep their cultivation levels at their peak, ready for a new battle. After all, the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Continent knew that the Green Devil Continent wouldn't give up just like this. Ordinary cultivators could ignore this matter, but Lu Wenran, who had the highest cultivation level here, looked up with a flash of worry in his eyes. In his view, this matter was very strange. The Green Devil Continent cultivators were likely waiting for reinforcements to arrive. If that was the case, then there would be a change in the underground palace. There was also the question of who killed the void turbulent cultivators. Lu Wenran had been thinking about it for the past 2 days. He had ruled out candidates one by one, and in the end, aside from his earliest guess, it all fell on Wang Lin. Although he didn't believe that Wang Lin had the ability, this matter was of great importance. After pondering for a bit, he summoned the old man named Zhou. After giving him some instructions, the old man named Zhou respectfully left the cave. After 2 days of time, Wang Lin's injuries had recovered a lot. At dusk of the second day, a second guest arrived at Wang Lin's cave, and it was also an uninvited guest, fellow cultivator Wang Lin of the Great Soul Sect. I asked fellow cultivator to give up cultivating and patrol for the night. The person who spoke was the old man named Zhou who had listened to Lu Wenran's orders. At this moment, he stood outside Wang Lin's cave. His expression was calm, and his words were filled with an unquestionable tone. The warriors of the Celestial Renegade Alliance charged forward. I would like to thank Fning 2011, Guyu 2011, Du Donli, Mian Nia, Feng Qin, Han Bing J, 1990, Xingzhe Fashion, Limitless, and Shuyu 08032516231537 for making a perfect breakthrough and becoming the leader of the Celestial Renegade Alliance. I'm extremely touched. I would like to send all the new Alliance leaders, the Alliance leaders of the Celestial Renegade Alliance, and all the friends who support the Celestial Renegade Alliance. Chapter 1861. The old man named Zhou had never considered Wang Lin a threat. In his view, although Wang Lin was an elder of the Great Soul Sect, his cultivation level was too low. Wang Lin had probably used some connections to obtain the status of an elder. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the sects of the immortal astral continent. Almost every sect would have some people who used their low cultivation level to become an elder. These people were not valued by the sect and were just there for show. Once these people entered the battlefield, they would immediately reveal their true colors. The old man named Zhou was very contemptuous in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. However, the coldness in his words did reveal some of it. I didn't see this person gain any merit in the previous battle, but it is interesting that Elder Lu wants him to patrol. I fear this person is too unpopular in the Great Soul sect to the point that even Elder Lu doesn't like him. As the old man named Zhou stood outside Wang Lin's cave, these thoughts flashed through his mind. He was good at observing people's expressions. This Wang Lin had been pushed aside and wasn't qualified to enter the palace. He could only choose to live in the cave, and this showed a lot of problems. His cold words entered the ears of the descendant Wang Lin's cave. This caused Wang Lin to open his eyes. His eyes were completely calm, and this calmness without any fluctuations was terrifying. His figure was hidden by the darkness and fused with the darkness. Even his white hair seemed to be dyed by the darkness and couldn't be seen clearly. Elder Wang, did you not hear the old man's words? The old man, named Zhou, frowned. He had been standing outside the cave for more than 10 breaths, but Wang Lin seemed to be dead and hadn't said a single word. This kind of pretentious attitude caused the old man, named Zhou, to feel disgust. He didn't wait for Wang Lin to reply and waved his sleeves. The door to Wang Lin's cave rumbled and cracks appeared on the door. In an instant, cracks covered every inch of the door. With a bang, the door to the cave collapsed. During these 2 days, the old man named Zhou had been very polite when he went to notify the patrollers. Now that he saw Wang Lin's indifference, he was naturally very dissatisfied. When the door of the cave collapsed, the old man let out a cold snort and walked inside. However, just as his right foot entered the cave, he suddenly stopped. He saw Wang Lin coldly looking at him inside the cave. Lu Wenran's icy gaze caused old man Zhou's heart to pound for some unknown reason. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he felt as if he was being stared at by Lu Wenran. That feeling caused all the blood in his body to flow faster, and he subconsciously stopped moving. Who gave you the right to destroy my cave? Wang Lin said calmly. There was no trace of joy or anger on his face. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and walked toward the old man. The old man named Zhou's heart was pounding. He felt like the moment he walked into the cave. He wasn't looking at a cultivator, but an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. This caused his body to tremble, and even his origin soul to tremble. This was just a feeling, but it gave him an extremely real sense of terror. As Wang Lin walked closer, the old man named Zhou's face immediately turned pale. His feet seemed to be out of his control, and he subconsciously retreated. After a few steps, he was out of the cave. His body was covered in sweat, and his clothes were soaked. The old man named Zhou's pupils shrank, and he screamed, Wang, Elder Wang, what are you doing? Wang Lin didn't speak. He slowly walked out from the darkness. His white hair shone under the dim light outside the cave, revealing the color of bones. When he completely appeared from the darkness, the heart of the old man, named Zhou, who had retreated out of the cave, began to beat faster. This beating was extremely fast. In an instant, it replaced all sounds in the old man's mind. It was as if his heart was going to burst out from his chest and shatter. This intense feeling caused disbelief to appear in the eyes of the old man named Zhou, as well as shock. As he walked forward, Wang Lin stopped 10 feet away from the old man named Zhou. He calmly looked into the old man's eyes. Her gaze and attitude made the old man with the surname Zhou feel an immense pressure, causing his mind to go blank. It's Elder Lu Wenran. In just a few breaths of time, the old man, surnamed Zhou, was unable to withstand the pressure. He even had the illusion that if he didn't answer, his body and soul would be destroyed under the old man's gaze, and he would suddenly collapse and die. The moment he spoke, Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the old man and looked at the most luxurious palace in the distance. That was where Lu Wenran was. The moment Wang Lin looked over, Lu Wenran seemed to notice it. He opened his eyes and vaguely met Wang Lin's gaze across the palace. The old man named Zhou didn't dare to breathe. Although the pressure on his body had dissipated, that terrifying feeling had left an unerasable impression on him. This person is definitely not an elder of the Great Soul sect through connections. His cultivation level is simply too terrifying. The old man named Zhou's face was pale. When Wang Lin looked at him, It was like there was a sharp sword placed between his eyebrows. He would never forget it. He felt endless regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to Lu Wenran and provoked such a terrifying person. Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the palace after a few breaths. His expression was still calm as he waved his sleeve and walked past the old man named Zhou. As he walked past, his right hand casually patted the old man named Zhou's shoulder. Anyone who destroyed my cave door must die. Since this is your first offense and you were instigated, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. When Wang returns, I want to see the cave door intact. As he spoke, Wang Lin walked forward and slowly disappeared. Wang Lin didn't refuse the matter of patrolling, since this matter was assigned by Lu Wenran. Even if he refused once, there would be more. After Wang Lin left, the old man named Zhou's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned pale, and his body staggered. Fear filled his eyes. He didn't hesitate to rush off into the distance to find a new cave door. He had to repair this place before Wang Lin returned. He didn't dare to not do this. Fellow cultivator Zhou, come here. However, just as the old man named Zhou rushed off, a feminine voice echoed in his ears. This caused the old man named Zhou to suddenly stop, and his expression became extremely bitter. This voice belonged to Lu Wenran. There is no need to implicate me in the conflict between the two of you. The old man named Zhou sighed. Lu Wenran had summoned him, so he had to immediately rush over. He bitterly smiled and gave up on repairing the cave door. He helplessly flew toward the palace. He only hoped that when he left Lu Wenran's place, he would have enough time to complete Wang Lin's task. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think of the consequences. Wang Lin's figure floated through the extreme sky prairie. Shortly after, his figure appeared under the moonlight. The moonlight was very bright during the first half of the night and shined on the earth, causing the prairie to be covered in silver. However, after Wang Lin appeared, the moonlight gradually dimmed and was covered by layers of dark clouds, causing the earth to be covered in darkness. Wang Lin quietly walked on the prairie. The sound of the grass rustling was very clear in the calm night. Time slowly passed. Soon, the moonlight in the sky was covered by dark clouds. As a result, the entire world was immersed in darkness. Wang Lin's figure once again fused with the darkness, and he couldn't be seen clearly. Only the moist wind blew from the distance, sweeping the earth and causing Wang Lin's clothes and hair to flutter. However, in the darkness, everything was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. As he walked on the prairie, Wang Lin thought of Lim Yuan. His eyes were filled with sadness as he stroked his right hand. That was where his storage space was, where Lim Yuan had slept. When he touched his right hand, he felt the warmth of his right hand, as if he could feel Lim Yuan. More than 2,000 years, less than 3,000 years. It was very long, but it was also very short. It was like the grass of the extreme sky prairie. Generation after generation, it spread across the prairie. However, the wind was eternal and unchanging. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Perhaps it was because he hadn't recovered from his injuries, but he felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. I dyed the heavens red with fire, all to give you a reason to stop being so cold. I used lightning to shake the entire world, all so that you could hear my voice. I traveled tens of thousands of kilometers through one world after another, all so that I could find your breath. I entered the devil's Tao of slaughter. I defied the heavens and killed immortals. I overturned heaven and earth. I stood there in front of you, bleak and lonely, all so that you could open my eyes and calm me. Wang Lin looked out at the darkness of the prairie and walked silently. He liked the darkness of the night, because the darkness of the night could cover up his bleak figure, because within the darkness, his loneliness could not be seen by others. In everyone's heart, there was a chest. That chest contained the memories of a person. Perhaps those memories were sweet, or perhaps they were bitter. Some people threw away the chest along with themselves, never to be found. Some people locked the chest and swallowed the key. They didn't want to open it, nor did they allow others to touch it. Some people always held the chest in the palm of their hands, telling themselves not to forget it. Some people buried the chest deep in the ground, waiting for that year, when the warm flowers bloomed, to see if they would bloom into beautiful flowers. The chest contained the feelings of a person, a cup of sweet and bitter water. "My chest is still here," Wang Lin murmured. In the darkness, he could not see his loneliness, could not see his bleakness, could not see his loneliness. At noon, the monthly votes will be doubled. Everyone, don't forget, today is the day. Chapter 1862. Patrolling was boring, but Wang Lin was used to it. He was used to walking alone, used to blending into the darkness and hiding in the night. He silently looked at the endless world before him and saw the faint traces of light. Some of the light was covered by the dark clouds, but it wasn't completely covered. The light that was revealed seemed to represent the direction. Wang Lin looked at it and slowly walked forward. At this moment, it was still night, and the dark clouds in the sky became even denser. Soon, the sound of muffled thunder echoed. Shortly after, a gust of wind blew and the sound of leaves falling came from all directions. It was raining. The moment the rain fell, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked up at the world covered in rain. He waved his right hand and the restriction compass appeared. It clearly showed that there were more than 10 green dots rapidly closing in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly retreated tens of thousands of feet. He then changed directions and stopped at another location. He looked down at the compass in his hand, and his eyes lit up. The more than 10 green dots on the compass also changed directions the moment Wang Lin changed directions. They seemed to have noticed Wang Lin's movement and quickly closed in. At the same time, more than 10 green dots appeared in 3 other directions around Wang Lin. They surrounded him and quickly closed in. This is Lu Wenran's purpose. When Wang Lin left Defu, he knew that this was all Lu Wenran's plan. Lu Wenran must have suspected him and sent him out to patrol to see if he could lure out the Green Devil Continent cultivators. Although Wang Lin could choose not to go out, it was not Wang Lin's style to keep hiding. Sometimes it was better to retreat in order to advance. If I was Lu Wenran, I would seal off all methods to enter the underground palace. Wang Lin stepped on the ground, and a rebound force appeared, preventing him from merging with the earth and returning to the underground palace. A sneer appeared on Wang Lin's face as he stared at the nearly 100 green dots on the compass. His eyes were filled with killing intent. These people had come to kill Wang Lin, but they didn't know that the reason Wang Lin had come out was to quickly complete the 3 missions old ancestor Green Bull had given him. Among the 4 directions, there are mid-stage void, turbulent cultivators in 2 directions. The remaining 2 directions have early-stage void, turbulent cultivators. After Lu Ziyuan died, there are still 6 people left. Now, they have sent out 5 people. It looks like they know I have the restriction compass and guessed that I killed Lu Ziyuan. Wang Lin stepped to the right, and ripples echoed. He disappeared without a trace. There were more than 10 cultivators flying in each of the 4 directions of the extreme sky prairie. The old man named Zhang and the old man named Zhao, who were at the mid-stage of void turbulent, had gloomy expressions. In the other 2 directions, a man and a woman, 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators, were leading more than a dozen people toward Wang Lin's location, according to some kind of guidance. At the same time, far away, the remaining early-stage void turbulent female cultivator was among the thousands of Green Devil Continent cultivators. She was sitting there with an illusory compass floating before her. It clearly showed the location of Wang Lin's compass. This allowed her to track and notify the people chasing her. Thunder rumbled in the sky and rain poured down. In this rainy night, a slaughter began. Sudatsai was a rogue cultivator of the Green Devil Continent. He had reached the early stage of void turbulent, but this was his limit. He couldn't go any higher unless he had a fortuitous encounter. He had been invited by the Devil Dao sect to participate in the battle to trample on the Heavenly Bull Continent. They had promised him a lot of benefits, so he had joined the army of cultivators that had broken open the 3rd meridian. At this moment, he had more than 10 cultivators behind him. 3 of them were at the 3rd step, but the strongest was only at the mid-stage of Arcane Void. The rest were mostly in the Heaven's Blight stage. With Sudatsai leading the way, they turned into more than 10 rays of light and charged forward. Along the way, Sudatsai was very cautious. Lu Ziyuan's death had shocked him greatly. Void Turbulent cultivators were very easy to kill, but just 2 days ago, Lu Ziyuan had died. This matter set off a huge wave in his heart, and he had to be cautious. However, there was also a sense of excitement in his caution. This excitement came from the promise the Devil Dao Sect's Elder Zhang had made before they went out. The person who killed Wang Lin, I, the old man, asked the sect master to allow me to cultivate in the Devil Dao Sect's pit for 1,000 years. This greatly stimulated Sudatsai. There was a rumor in the Heaven Pit that the Devil Scorpion of the Green Devil Continent had taken its devil core before it was sealed by the celestial ancestor. However, an accident occurred and the devil core collapsed. A small part of it fell to the ground and formed 5 pits. These 5 pits contained endless devilish energy, and there were many benefits to cultivating inside. For Sudatsai, whose cultivation level had been stagnant for a long time, this was his dream opportunity. Regardless of whether he could successfully increase his cultivation level or not, he had to try. Wang Lin, killing you will allow me to obtain such a great fortune. Although there is no feud between us, you must die. Sudatsai licked his lips, and coldness appeared in his eyes. Just as killing intent appeared in his eyes, a sense of shock suddenly appeared in Sudatsai's mind. Almost at the moment he turned around, a series of miserable screams suddenly rang out. As the group flew, the heads of the 10 cultivators who hadn't reached the 3rd step flew into the air. Blood sprayed everywhere, and their origin souls collapsed. Sudatsai only saw a figure in white walk out from the darkness with a blood sword in his hand. The figure moved at a strange speed and killed 10 people. After killing 10 people in a row, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he retreated and disappeared. Sudatsai's pupils shrank and were filled with shock. Wang Lin's speed was too fast, so fast that it was terrifying. However, at the same time, Sudatsai became excited. Wang Lin! Sudatsai retreated without hesitation. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, a beautiful illusory flower was revealed in the pitch-black rainy night sky. The flower was huge, almost occupying half of the sky. Although the flower was bright, if one looked closely, one could see that the flower was clearly a skeleton flower formed by skulls. The moment the flower appeared in the sky, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. There were only 5 people left. Aside from the void, turbulent cultivator, the remaining 4 were nothing to worry about. The 4 of them trembled, and their eyes were filled with terror as they retreated. However, they were not as fast as Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved forward, and there was a flash of bloodlight. The blood sword turned into a blood dragon and swept by. 2 people were touched by the bloodlight, and their bodies trembled. Then they let out miserable screams and were torn apart. After killing 2 more people, Wang Lin's compass gave him a clear feeling. He knew that the other Green Devil Continent cultivators were closing in from the other 3 directions. The 2 mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters had charged out from the group and were closing in at full speed. According to their speed, it would take them less than half an hour to close in. There was also the remaining early-stage void, turbulent cultivator that had left the group and was closing in. Half an hour! Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged at Sudatsai. At this moment, Sudatsai had released the flower signal and was very confident. He had found Wang Lin and sent out the signal. As long as he could delay until others arrived, he would have done a great service. Sudatsai grinned. He didn't care about the deaths of others at all. When Wang Lin closed in, Sudatsai didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and fall. The moment his hand fell, his right hand formed seals. In a short period of time, he formed nearly 1 million seals and formed a giant lion. This lion was thousands of feet tall, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar as it charged at Wang Lin. This kind of speed was something Wang Lin had never seen before. Suited Sai's strange spell was simply too fast. The lion roared and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin released a flash of bloodlight, and a thunderous rumble echoed. This caused a large amount of grass to fly into the air and the rain to collapse. This caused the surrounding 100,000 feet to become a strange world without any rain. Suited Sai had just used a spell and didn't pause at all. He took 3 steps back, and then his right hand pressed down on the ground. In this short period of time, nearly 4 million seals flew out from his hand at a terrifying speed and landed on the ground. The ground rumbled, and 4 giant mud people came out of the ground. They had cold gazes as they charged at Wang Lin, but collided with the lion. The moment Wang Lin emerged from the collapse of a lion, the 4 giant mud people charged at him. They didn't give him any chance to stop. Even though Wang Lin had experienced many dangers in his life, this was the first time he had encountered such a fight. What a fast casting speed. How can this person's hands be so fast? Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He saw Suited Sai take another 3 steps back as the 4 mud people closed in on him. He waved his left hand, and nearly 5 million seals appeared in his hand. They turned into an incense stick that he grabbed in his hand and bowed to Wang Lin. When he bowed to Wang Lin, there was a bang in Wang Lin's head. It was as if a strange power came from somewhere and attacked his mind. Immediately after, the smoke from the incense stick turned into a giant, whale-like beast. It opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin to devour him. I'm asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1863. Everything happened too quickly. Suited Sai slammed the incense stick down into the ground, then staggered backward 3 paces. His left hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing nearly 6 million sealing marks to appear. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, causing another 6 million sealing marks to appear. Then he slammed both hands down onto the ground. With a bang, the earth with Wang Lin as the center suddenly moved and turned into a vortex. The edge of the vortex was monstrous and formed a curtain of earth. From afar, it looked like a giant ball of mud had wrapped around Wang Lin. Mud kill! Suited Sai roared, and the ball of mud suddenly shrank. Suited Sai was very famous in the Green Devil continent. The most terrifying thing about him was his unparalleled casting speed. With this speed, he often had an absolute advantage against cultivators at the same level. He could give people no time to rest and use endless spells to kill them. This was why, even though he was a rogue cultivator, the Devil Dao sect had politely invited him here. Wang Lin was inside the ball of mud and was surrounded by 4 giant mud people. Muffled rumbles echoed, and the strange power of Suited Sai's incense stick filled his body. Outside the ball of mud, the whale-like shadow in the sky opened its mouth and devoured the giant ball of mud. After the fragrance devoured it, the whale phantom dissipated, but the lump of mud did not disappear. Instead, it floated in the air, surrounded by 9 black pythons that spat out a large amount of poisonous gas at the lump of mud. The gas fused with the mud and continued to seep into it. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, and soon, the ball of mud collapsed. A powerful force came from inside and turned into a giant fist. The fist smashed down and destroyed several black pythons. Then the ball of mud completely shattered, revealing Wang Lin, who was in a sorry state. Wang Lin had been in countless battles in his life, but this was the first time he had no time to recover. He was being attacked like this by a storm. All of this was because the opponent's casting speed was unbelievably fast. The moment Wang Lin walked out from the collapsed ball of mud, thunderous rumbles echoed in the distance. A yellow flying sword closed in with a sharp aura. Following that, behind the flying sword, 18 mud giants strode forward with loud rumbling sounds. Behind the 18 clay figures, a painting was rolled up, wriggling about like a ribbon, quickly closing in. Behind the painting was a giant bone that gave off an ancient aura. It was surrounded by a ghostly light and seemed to be thrown by someone toward Wang Lin. Behind them, the grass on the earth moved and was pulled out of the earth. They turned into green water droplets and closed in on Wang Lin in an uncountable amount. Behind them, a fog swept through the world as if it had plucked the dark clouds from the sky. It turned into two giant palms that rapidly closed in on Wang Lin from both sides. After that, the whale phantom that had devoured Wang Lin and turned into 9 poisonous pythons appeared once more. It opened its mouth and wanted to devour Wang Lin a second time. This thing was very strange. In Su-Ditsai's life, once a cultivator was poisoned by this whale more than 3 times, they would be seriously injured. Seeing this, even Wang Lin felt his scalp go numb. He had never imagined that someone could cast spells at such a terrifying speed. It had only been a short period of time, but the other party had used so many spells that they covered the surrounding hundreds of thousands of feet. This gave Wang Lin the illusion that he wasn't fighting one person, but several people. He didn't have time to think as the yellow flying swords closed in and surrounded Wang Lin. They gave off a sharp aura, as if they were going to tear Wang Lin's body apart. This kind of fast and continuous spell didn't give Wang Lin any time to use spells. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the swords closed in. Popping sounds echoed across the sky. The sound of metal colliding came from Wang Lin's body. The countless flying swords landed on his body, causing Wang Lin to retreat. His clothes were seriously damaged. This was the most embarrassing moment Wang Lin had ever been in. If it wasn't for the fact that his ancient Dao body was powerful, these flying swords would have injured him. After the flying swords, the 18 mudmen didn't give Wang Lin any time to catch a breath. When they were within 100 feet of Wang Lin, they didn't attack, but self-destructed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 18 mudmen self-destructed, forming a vortex that sucked in Wang Lin and began a destructive attack. Wang Lin coughed out blood and was about to retreat when the screen behind the 18 mudmen closed in. It trembled and turned into a vortex that surrounded Wang Lin. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the painting collapsed. The 108,000 threads quickly entered Wang Lin's body and began a destructive attack. This wasn't the end. Behind the painting, the bone covered in a ghostly light was thrown at Wang Lin. When it got close to Wang Lin, a giant rift appeared in the dark sky. A terrifying aura came from the rift, and a giant head came out. This head looked like a dog, but it was extremely ferocious and gave off a bloodthirsty aura. Its red eyes stared at the bone Wang Lin had thrown, and it let out a proud roar as it charged out. This dog was a fierce beast that Su-Ditsai had raised. It had always been successful in injuring its enemies. The dog was too fast. It closed in on Wang Lin in an instant and bit down on the bone. At the same time, its giant head smashed into Wang Lin's body. A large amount of blood flowed out of the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and he retreated. However, the endless green liquid that came from behind the dog closed in and landed on Wang Lin's body, creating a shocking rumble. As the rumble echoed, the real killing blow arrived. This killing blow came from the 2 giant palms that had come from Wang Lin's left and right. With a bang, the palms were less than 100 feet away from Wang Lin. Popping sounds came from within Wang Lin's body, as if his physical body couldn't bear it anymore. At this critical moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his hands and threw a punch at the 2 incoming palms. At the same time, the giant whale-like shadow opened its mouth and charged toward Wang Lin to devour him. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the extreme sky prairie as the 2 giant palms collided with Wang Lin's fists. A mist of blood erupted from Wang Lin's body, and he was knocked back. The whale-like shadow closed in and was about to devour him. In the distance, Su-Ditsai revealed a proud expression. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a black stone. The moment the stone appeared, a monstrous, black light erupted from it and fused with the darkness in the world. A shadow that was also like a whale, but several times larger appeared. This was Wang Lin's heavenly Dao, the Nether Beast. The moment the Nether Beast appeared, its eyes were filled with confusion and ferocity. It forgot to be afraid and began a crazy devouring of the whale that Su-Ditsai had created. Su Ditsai's pupils shrank and were filled with terror. He retreated without hesitation, and his hands formed a seal to put away the whale shadow he had created. However, this time he was still too slow. As the rumbles echoed, Su Ditsai's whale was about to retreat, but it was devoured by the nether beast. It didn't waste any time and directly entered its mouth. The moment the whale shadow was devoured, Su Ditsai's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. "My heavenly Tao!" His voice was extremely mournful and contained an indescribable heartache. At this moment, Su Ditsai's eyes were red. The heavenly Tao being devoured was beyond his imagination and filled him with disbelief. Even though Wang Lin also had a heavenly Tao, he had never heard of a heavenly Tao being devoured by another heavenly Tao. He didn't know that there was another item inside Wang Lin's heavenly Tao, and this item was called the Space Stone. Wang Lin had left the cave world and taken the heavenly Tao with him, but he had left behind the laws of the heavenly Tao to maintain it. Wang Lin quickly retreated until he was more than 10,000 feet away. He put away the Space Stone and swallowed it. Only then did he relax for the first time in this battle and ease his tense nerves. Bursts of pain came from his body. He looked at Su Ditsai with a hint of excitement and seriousness. A cultivator can't cast spells at this speed. This person must have had a great opportunity and must have mastered a rare spell. Only by doing this could he have done something that shouldn't have happened at all. If I can learn this spell. Staring at Su Ditsai, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his heart pounded. However, he didn't charge out again. Instead, he took a step back, created ripples, and disappeared. At the instant he vanished, Su Ditsai's divine ability arrived, filling the land and causing rumbling sounds to echo out. Su Ditsai spun around, his eyes shining with madness. "You devour my heavenly Tao. Then give me your heavenly Tao." However, no matter how Su Ditsai searched, he couldn't find any trace of Wang Lin's aura. It looked like he had the advantage in this battle, but in truth, his heart ached to the point of going crazy. At this moment, the two mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters and the early-stage void, turbulent female cultivator from the Green Devil continent had left the group and were closing in from 3 different directions. However, Wang Lin's figure appeared even further away, behind the 3 void, turbulent cultivators. Wang Lin's purpose was to lure the 3 of them away and then begin his slaughter. He would kill everyone here like this. There's still the 4th chapter, and he was writing it to the end. Monthly votes. Chapter 1864. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, the void, turbulent woman, surrounded by thousands of cultivators, suddenly opened her eyes. The illusory compass before her clearly revealed Wang Lin's location. She had seen the dot of light that represented Wang Lin disappear and appear far away. She immediately notified the cultivators that were chasing Wang Lin. At this moment, the dot of light appeared once more. This gave her a bad feeling. Once was acceptable, but if it happened twice, then it could happen a 3rd or 4th time. As a result, it would be extremely difficult to kill Wang Lin. He must have a treasure that can move. There's only one such treasure in the entire sect, and the Green Devil continent has no more than 3. Even in the Heavenly Bull continent, there aren't many. This person actually has one. She was horrified to find that the dot of light representing Wang Lin appeared next to a group of green dots. In an instant, all the green dots disappeared. Shortly after, Wang Lin's dot of light disappeared once more. When it reappeared, it was next to another group of green dots. The 3rd time, the woman didn't hesitate to use a special method to inform all the void, turbulent cultivators of this strange change. At this moment, miserable screams echoed where Wang Lin was. The more than 10 Green Devil continent cultivators were surrounded by a mist, and the screams soon stopped. The mist moved and eventually turned into Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was slightly ruddy and was no longer pale. During his battle with Su Ditsai, he had been continuously hit by spells, and his injuries had worsened. This was why he had chosen to use the method he used in the cave world to heal by devouring the flesh and origin soul of other cultivators. After devouring 2 groups of green devil continent cultivators, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he disappeared. After 1 incense stick of time, the 3rd group of green devil continent cultivators that were chasing him had all died. They became part of Wang Lin's healing process. At this point, only 2 mid-stage void turbulent old monsters and 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators remained. The 4 of them were very cautious and didn't spread out too much. Every mid-stage void turbulent old monster was in a group with an early-stage void turbulent cultivator. They didn't separate and charged at Wang Lin. All of this was seen by Wang Lin. He looked at the compass in his hand with a cold light in his eyes. His target was the void turbulent cultivator that was using spells extremely fast. This person's spells tempted Wang Lin, which was something he rarely did. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting brighter. Dawn was about to pass, but the rain was getting heavier. As the rain fell, a large amount of mud appeared on the grassland. If one stepped on it, it would make a squelching sound. Looking into the distance, because the rain was getting heavier, everything was a blur. He could only hear the sound of the rain, and in this night of slaughter, it was exceptionally clear. His gaze fell on the compass in his hand once more. The 4 green dots were coming from 2 different directions. Wang Lin paid attention to one of the green dots for a long time and determined that it was the void turbulent cultivator he had fought before. It's a pity about this compass. However, my department has already understood its internal structure and restrictions. As long as I have enough materials, I can make one myself at any time. As Wang Lin muttered, he raised his left hand and waved. A dim origin soul appeared in his hand. This origin soul was the one he had chosen from the 3 groups. Its cultivation level had reached a certain level and was very full, so it hadn't suffered any other injuries. The will of this origin soul had been erased by Wang Lin, so what remained was a confused origin soul. Holding this origin soul, Wang Lin's left hand mercilessly squeezed, and the origin soul collapsed. Before it could dissipate, Wang Lin injected a sliver of his own divine sense into the compass in his right hand. The moment the origin soul entered the compass, it turned into a strand of white smoke that surrounded the compass. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the origin soul fused with the compass. It moved at a crazy speed and disappeared without a trace in a flash. This primordial spirit controlled the compass, burning itself up, turning into an extremely fast speed as it sped towards the ends of the world. It might not be able to fly for long and would slowly dissipate. Once the origin soul died, the compass would fall and no one knew where it would land. However, this short period of time was enough for Wang Lin. Although the compass was no longer in his hand, the sliver of divine sense that Wang Lin had fused with the origin soul allowed him to sense the location of the 4 people chasing him. This method was like a cicada shedding its carapace. It allowed Wang Lin to go from prey to hunter. He flickered into motion, reappearing somewhere in the Polaris prairie. There he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and sensed the transformations on the feng shui compass. He possessed the essence of fire, and as soon as he sat down, the muddy water beneath him began to dry up. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 1 hour went by. During these 2 hours, the 4 void, turbulent cultivators gradually gained speed. The 2 mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters didn't want to continue like this. After finding out where Wang Lin was, they sped up and increased the distance between them. They charged toward the compass that Wang Lin had thrown out. The 2 early-stage, void, turbulent cultivators slowly fell behind. The distance between them and the 2 old monsters grew larger and larger. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in them. He touched his chest. There was a space stone inside his body. He felt that this stone was extraordinary, but he didn't know what it was used for. When another beast appeared and devoured Wang Lin's heavenly Tao, Wang Lin's mind became clear. He vaguely found some of the uses of this stone. It can allow the nether beast to devour it and strengthen itself greatly. This is because there are countless independent spaces inside the stone. When it fuses with the nether beast, a series of changes can occur. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth. There was a flash of ghostly light and the space stone flew out and landed in his hand. Holding the stone, Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment. Ripples appeared around his body and he disappeared without a trace. Only the space stone fell to the ground and was hidden by the weeds, so no one noticed it. At this moment, when Wang Lin reappeared, he was inside the space stone. This was the first time he had entered this strange stone with his body. The space he chose was one of the countless. This space was no different from the real world, but it wasn't large, only hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide. There were mountains, light, and earth, but there was no water. Everything here lacked water. It looked real, but in reality, it was incomplete. Sitting inside the space stone, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After looking around for a while, he no longer hesitated and waved his right hand. A blue umbrella appeared and flew into the sky. The blue umbrella fused with the sky and slowly replaced the existence of the sky. He waved his right hand again, and the gourd containing the 30 million Dao souls was taken out by Wang Lin. The moment it fused with the ground trembled and gave off an aura of death. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the golden seal Xian Luo had given him appeared. Wang Lin looked at the seal and blew out a mouthful of origin energy. The seal gave off a golden light, and Wang Lin threw it into the sky, formed by the blue umbrella. It floated there and turned into a golden sun. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took out the ghost sail he had made. The sail flew out by itself and turned into clouds. The clouds looked simple, but in reality, they could transform into anything. The last things he took out were EC and the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King flashed, and its size rapidly changed until it disappeared into a white cloud. As for EC, it fused with the earth and was covered by the death aura from the 30 million Dao souls. This world still lacks karma. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he sat there. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows and condensed his karma essence. It turned into a long sword and disappeared into the world. There is also life and death, true and false. As Wang Lin muttered to himself, two essences flew out from between his eyebrows. They turned into two long swords and disappeared once more. There's slaughter and restrictive spells. The murderous aura rose up, causing the white clouds in the sky to darken and roil. Snow began to fall from the sky. The snow was black, and each snowflake contained the essence of a restrictive spell. Soon, the ground was covered with a thin layer of black snow. There's also fire, lightning, water. Wang Lin waved his arms and stood up. A monstrous sea of fire appeared in his left eye, and thunder rumbled in his right eye. The sea of fire turned into a sword, and the sword turned into a volcano. The thunder also turned into a sword, and the sword turned into a sea of thunder. This sea wasn't water, but thunder and lightning. After doing all of this, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and disappeared. Somewhere in the extreme sky prairie, the space stone hidden in the grass gave off a soft light. Wang Lin's figure appeared, picked up the space stone, and looked into the distance. The killing field had been formed. Next was to forcefully bring people into the killing field. Based on what he sensed, the origin soul on the compass was about to die. The two mid-stage, void, turbulent old monsters were chasing after it, and it wouldn't take long for them to catch up. Far behind the two old monsters, the two early-stage, void, turbulent cultivators were also chasing after it. Wang Lin slowly stepped forward and ripples echoed under his feet. However, he didn't merge with the world. He was still waiting. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It wasn't until the 19th breath that Wang Lin clearly felt the compass collapse. His origin soul died, and his sliver of divine sense was destroyed along with the compass. Vaguely, he seemed to hear 2 angry roars through that wisp of primordial spirit. With a merciless step, Wang Lin's figure disappeared. The fourth break is over. Tomorrow, I'll continue and fight for the fifth break. Chapter 1865. On the extreme sky prairie, Su Dutsai's figure turned into a ray of light and flew off into the distance. His expression was gloomy. He had lost the heavenly Tao in his battle with Wang Lin, and this was something he could not accept. The heavenly Tao was connected to his mind, and after it was devoured, he was injured. At this moment, his origin soul was weak and couldn't recover in a short period of time. Wang Lin, you will without a doubt die this time. With 2 mid-stage void turbulent elders chasing you, I want to see how you will escape. Elder Zhang promised me that once I capture you, I'll torture you for a few days. I'll make you beg for death. Su Dutsai's hatred for Wang Lin was born from his heavenly Tao being devoured. The more his heart ached, the more he hated Wang Lin. As he flew, his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and looked into the distance. In that instant just now, he felt a ripple coming from afar. When he looked at this fluctuation, he immediately saw Wang Lin, who had stepped out from the void and changed directions. He clearly saw Wang Lin turn around. The moment Wang Lin noticed him looking over, Wang Lin's expression changed and his speed increased greatly. There were ripples under his feet. It was clear that Wang Lin was going to use a strange method to leave this place. Wang Lin, he is no longer in front. He is here. Su Dutsai was startled, seeing Wang Lin quickly move away and use that strange method to disappear at any time. He didn't have time to think and quickly chased after Wang Lin. You didn't take the easy road, but you fell into my eyes. Wang Lin, this is your own bad luck. You're courting death. Su Dutsai sneered as he closed the distance between them. At this moment, he was completely focused on Wang Lin. His divine sense swept the area and didn't find any traps, so he relaxed. However, just as he was about 10,000 feet away, his figure disappeared. It was as if he had collided with an invisible spatial rift and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Wang Lin's body flickered, and he too vanished. The only thing that remained in the weeds was a space stone, hidden by the weeds and muddy water. Su Dutsai was nowhere to be seen. The moment he disappeared, the expression of the early-stage void, turbulent female, cultivator, changed greatly. She looked at the compass before her and felt her hair stand up. She saw the dot of light representing Su Dutsai suddenly disappear. This. The woman's face immediately turned pale and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't hesitate to send this news through a special method to the 3 void, turbulent cultivators in the extreme sky prairie. The Green Devil Continent's elder named Zhang and elder named Zhao had gloomy expressions as they flew away. The 2 of them chased after the compass, but in the end, they found out that they had been tricked. They were angry and humiliated, but they couldn't vent their anger. As they were flying, their expressions suddenly changed, and they stopped in mid-air. They had sensed the message being transmitted to them. Su Dutsai was clearly behind us, but he disappeared. The expression of the elder named Zhang changed. It must be that Wang Lin. He used the compass to attract our attention, but in truth, he was hiding in the prairie and schemed against Su Dutsai. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the elder named Zhao. Just as the 2 of them noticed this, the dawn over the extreme sky prairie dissipated and the sun shined on the earth. However, the rain didn't lessen but became even heavier. In this dense rain, black mist rose from the earth. It covered the entire extreme sky prairie in the blink of an eye. Old Man Zhang and Old Man Zhao suddenly turned around and looked at their surroundings. Waves of formless pressure spread out from the mist of the grassland. There was also the early-stage void, turbulent female cultivator that was quite a distance away. She suddenly stopped in the air, and her expression changed. There was a hint of shock in her eyes. She felt the message from the Green Devil Continent and knew that Su Dutsai had disappeared. At the same time, she saw strands of mist rising from the ground. The mist quickly filled the world, and whistling sounds continuously rang out from within the mist. Inside the mist, the thousands of heavenly bull continent cultivators launched their second attack under the lead of Lu Wunran. The three void, turbulent cultivators turned into rays of light and were about to charge out, but Lu Wunran's gloomy voice echoed. "Fellow cultivator, why are you in such a rush to leave?" As his voice echoed, all the void, turbulent cultivators flew out and began fighting. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, the early-stage void, turbulent female cultivator that was controlling the compass suddenly opened her eyes. Without hesitation, she waved her sleeves and led the thousands of green devil continent cultivators to charge forward. When the second battle unfolded in the extreme sky meadow, there was an ordinary stone that no one had noticed in the weeds and mud on the meadow. This stone contained countless spaces, and there was a void, turbulent battle taking place in one of the spaces. Su Ditsai landed inside the space stone and was pulled into the space Wang Lin had designated. The moment he entered, his mind trembled. He knew that he had fallen into the other party's trap. However, with his high cultivation, he did not panic at all. Instead, he raised his head and looked at his surroundings. The sky was blue and the sun was golden. However, the earth was filled with the aura of death. In the distance, there was a blazing mountain, and in the other direction, there was a sea of lightning pools. There were rolling clouds in the blue sky, and black snowflakes were falling. The snow had been falling for an unknown amount of time, and it had already covered the earth in layers. "Wang Lin, come out for me. Why are you playing tricks here?" Su Ditsai's expression was gloomy as he looked around, and his voice echoed. The moment his words echoed, Wang Lin's figure appeared a few dozen feet away from Su Ditsai. His white hair fluttered, and he was wearing a new set of white clothes as he coldly stared at Su Ditsai. "Your spell is very fast. Let's see who is faster." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Karma, the moment this voice appeared, the world trembled and a sword appeared. This sword represented Wang Lin's karma essence. The moment Wang Lin used the spell, Su Ditsai's right hand formed a seal without hesitation. Millions of runes appeared and formed a red mist. Bursts of mournful cries came from the red mist. Hundreds and thousands of ghosts covered the sky as they charged forward. Su Ditsai retreated, his left hand flashing with another incantation gesture. With a wave of his hand, nearly 7 million seals shot out. Heaven and earth rumbled as a long spear materialized. As soon as it appeared, it twisted and distorted, transforming into a huge python. Its forked tongue flickered as it roared and charged forward. Shortly after, Su Ditsai retreated 3 more steps and raised his hands. He was about to continue using his spell. He was extremely fast, but for the first time, he couldn't compare to Wang Lin. When Su Ditsai used his second spell, Wang Lin's sword formed by his life and death essence held. But when he used his third spell, Wang Lin's sword formed by his true and false essence appeared a split second earlier. This split second was extremely important. The Karma sword closed in on the ghosts and slashed down with a strange power that could sever Karma. Miserable screams filled the sky as the ghosts collapsed. At the same time, Wang Lin's life and death essence sword closed in at an incredible speed and slashed down on the giant python formed by Su Ditsai's spell. There was a loud bang, and the python let out a death roar. Wang Lin's life and death essence sword also collapsed, but the sword that represented the true and false essence closed in at an unimaginable speed. And at this moment, Su Ditsai's third spell hadn't been completed. The true and false swords flashed, heading straight for Su Ditsai's chest. The swords were too fast, and Su Ditsai's expression changed drastically. He hastily retreated, pushing his incomplete divine ability forward to collide with the true and false swords. Booms echoed out as the true and false sword collapsed, but Su Ditsai didn't have it any better. His face was pale as he was sent tumbling back. He raised his right hand and was about to form a seal. But how could Wang Lin give him that chance? He had gone to great lengths to interrupt Su Ditsai's spell and had even set up this killing field. He had to kill Su Ditsai and learn the secret of how he could use his spell so quickly. Just as Su Sai took 2 steps back, Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. Essence of fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, the volcano off in the distance exploded. It teleported to surround Su Sai, enveloping him completely. Furthermore, within the volcano was Wang Lin's essence true body, which created an incredibly powerful attack. Essence of lightning. Wang Lin didn't give up easily when he had an opportunity. He didn't hesitate to speak in Chinese as the volcano that had surrounded Su Sai teleported again. It reappeared in the boundless sea of thunder and then descended into the lake of lightning. Thunder rumbled, and the sea of lightning seemed to boil. Countless bolts of lightning shot toward the volcano, unleashing a frenzied battle of fire and lightning. Essence of water. Wang Lin flicked his sleeve, then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. This space originally didn't have any water, so it was incomplete. But now, Wang Lin used his own blood to form the essence of water. The blood transformed into a red mist that shot toward the sea of lightning and the volcano. As soon as it touched the volcano, the sea of flames collapsed, and the sea of lightning exploded. The fusion of the 3 essences formed a destructive force. At the same time, the 3 ethereal essences that had dissipated earlier turned back into long swords and shot forward. Today was the first night watch. Chapter 1866. Life and Death, Karma, True and False, Fire, Water, Thunder. The 6 origins gathered together and began a rumbling battle of slaughter. The volcano collapsed, and the lake of lightning collapsed. The water essence formed by the mouthful of blood turned into a ball of aura. The 3 illusory essences formed by the long swords, formed by the 3 illusory essences rumbled, and Su Sai let out a roar. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Su Sai was covered in a layer of light. He coughed out blood and was in a sorry state. His face was pale, and he quickly retreated. There was a lantern floating above his head, and the light around him came from this lantern. With the protection of this treasure, Su Sai was only injured and not killed by the 6 essences. Wang Lin had long experienced how difficult it was to kill a void turbulent cultivator. Although he was a bit disappointed that Su Sai had escaped the first round of essence slaughter, he wasn't dejected. This was within his expectations. This Su Sai was even more difficult to kill than Lu Ziyuan. Wang Lin couldn't give this person any chance to recover. Once he did, with his terrifying speed, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to fight back at all. At that time, this killing field wouldn't be prepared for Su Sai, but for himself. Wang Lin was very clear on this point. When Su Sai was pushed back by the strange lantern, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his right hand. Just as Su Sai was about to use a spell, Wang Lin ignored the backlash and pointed with a roar. Stop! With one word, a huge wave was set off in Wang Lin's body. His cultivation level was much lower than Su Sai's, so he had to pay a great price to stop Su Sai. He coughed out blood, but his expression became even more ferocious. Under the effect of the stop art, Su Sai's mind trembled the moment he raised his right hand. He felt as if there were countless threads wrapping around him from all directions. They pierced through his flesh and entered his body, restricting some of his movements. Even a lantern above his head seemed to dim at this moment. Clearly, even its connection with Su Sai had been frozen by the fixed body spell. However, Su Sai's cultivation level was much higher than Wang Lin's, so the stop spell was only effective for a moment. However, this moment allowed Wang Lin to interrupt Su Sai's casting rhythm and prevent Su Sai from resisting. This gave Su Sai a chance to use the second round of slaughter. The moment Wang Lin said the word stop, Wang Lin waved his sleeves. The black snow that fell from the sky seemed to be swept by a powerful gust of wind and shot towards Su Sai. Even the thick layer of black snow on the ground was lifted by this gust of wind and shot towards Su Sai. This black snow was formed by Wang Lin's restriction essence, and each snowflake contained many restrictions. At this moment, all the snow in the world enveloped Suditsai, launching a restrictive seal to trap and kill him. All of this happened in an instant. Suditsai suddenly regained his ability to move. His pupils shrank, and he was filled with terror. What kind of spell is this? It can actually freeze all my actions and mind, and even a lot of my thoughts have been frozen. I have never seen such a spell before. After he regained his ability to move, his face turned pale, and he quickly retreated. Stop! Wang Lin roared and pointed once more. This time, Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but it was extremely ferocious. With one point, Sudetsai, who had just regained his ability, trembled, and for the first time, fear appeared in his eyes. Black snow fell from the sky. These dark clouds were formed by Wang Lin's ghostly sail. The reason the ghostly sail was the strongest spell of the Great Soul Sect was because it could ignore one's cultivation level and disrupt one's mind. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky rumbled, and all the dark clouds descended at an extremely fast speed. They gathered together and turned into a white-robed woman whose back could only be seen. This woman was crying, and her voice was enough to make one's hair stand on end. This woman was not a person, but a ghost. Wang Lin used the ghost illusion spell at this moment. Sudetsai was frozen for the second time and watched the dark clouds turn into the woman in white. The moment the restriction on his body disappeared, the figure of the woman in white appeared in his mind. Sudetsai's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his sleeve and thunderous rumbles echoed. The 30 million Dao souls flew out from the ground. They looked like strands of black gas, but when they flew out, they charged at Sudetsai. Soon, the 30 million Dao souls flew into the sky with Sudetsai, who was covered in black snow. The blue sky was formed by Wang Lin's blue umbrella. Not only could this umbrella protect, it could also use powerful attacks. From a distance, Sudetsai's body was carried into the sky by the 30 million Dao souls like a meteor. As he closed in on the blue sky, Wang Lin let out a roar. Kill! Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the blue sky collapsed. The 30 million Dao souls tore at the sky, and the black snow was pushed back. This collapse created a destructive force that rushed into Sudetsai. At the same time, inside Sudetsai's body, the white-clothed woman's sobs dragged him into a dream. Wang Lin didn't have time to look at the result. It was too difficult to kill an early-stage void tribulent earth cultivator. Every one of them was famous, and he couldn't relax at all when killing them. He had to be cautious at all times. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. His fire essence true body appeared behind him, and he pointed at the sky. 7-colored spell. As he spoke, the world in this space was immediately filled with dazzling 7-colored light. The 7-colored light gathered and turned into 2 spears. The second spear was surrounded by flames, and they shot towards Sudetsai, who was in the collapsing sky. War Spirit Print. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse as his right hand mercilessly hit the sky. The world rumbled and a giant palm print appeared. Behind the palm print was a fire palm print that shot towards Sudetsai at the same time. Realm Burning Ancient Umbrella. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his hand. Countless restrictions flew into the air, and a giant fire umbrella appeared in the sky. Behind it was another ancient umbrella. The 2 umbrellas contracted at the same time, releasing a double amount of destructive fire. Call the wind and summon the rain. Bean Scattering Army. Mountain crumbles and earth shatters. Dark moon, clear skies. Wang Lin used almost all his spells. His hands formed seals, and he used by Fan's celestial spell to deduce dark moon, clear skies. A dark moon suddenly appeared in the sky. One could faintly see that within this dark moon, there was another dark moon. These were 2 moons. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and a miserable scream echoed. As the black snow collapsed, 2 7-colored spears pierced through the sky. Behind the spears, the war spirit print descended, and in the end, dark moon clear skies landed on Sudetsai's body. Sudetsai coughed out blood, and his right arm exploded. He looked like a lamp that had run out of oil and was seriously injured. If it wasn't for the lantern above his head, he would have died to the second round of killing intent that Wang Lin had prepared for him. At this moment, the flame in the lantern above his head flickered as if it could extinguish at any moment. Su Ditsai's eyes were filled with monstrous fear, and a sense of death that he hadn't felt in a long time shrouded his body. Just give me a chance. Just give me a chance. Su Ditsai's clothes were dyed red with blood. His expression was filled with fear and madness. He quickly retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, and was about to take the 3rd step. Stop. Wang Lin also went all out. He coughed out blood and used the stop spell for the 3rd time. Su Ditsai's body trembled and his eyes were filled with despair. Wang Lin launched the 3rd and final round of killing intent. His body flickered, and he charged at the seriously injured Su Ditsai in extremely fast speed. At the same time, a roar filled with boundless ferocity resounded from underground. EC, who'd lost an arm, charged out with monstrous ferocity towards Su Ditsai. Then, in the distant sky, the mosquito beast suddenly appeared. It roared and charged at Su Ditsai at full speed. This was Wang Lin's 3rd round of killing intent, and it was the one that would kill Su Ditsai. 3 directions, 3 waves of killing intent gathered with Su Ditsai as the center. EC was the first to close in. It revealed a cruel smile as it raised its remaining arm and reached towards Su Ditsai. With its early-stage, void, turbulent cultivation, it caused a serious injury to the already seriously injured Su Ditsai. Su Ditsai let out a miserable scream and regained his mobility. However, his body exploded with a bang. This attack that EC had been accumulating power for a long time had directly collapsed. Su Ditsai's origin soul quickly flew out and wrapped around the lantern in fear. He let out a scream and retreated, but the Mosquito King had been waiting for a long time. It suddenly closed in and waved its large mouth toward Su Ditsai's origin soul. This caused Su Ditsai's miserable scream to become even more intense. If it wasn't for the fact that the light from the lantern had scattered and forced the Mosquito King back, it would have devoured Su Ditsai. Just as the light from the lantern spread out, EC was shrouded by the light and released black gas. The intense pain didn't make it retreat, but it became even more ferocious. It ignored the pain and charged out once more. Su Ditsai's origin soul let out a miserable scream and became even more dispirited. It was at this moment that Wang Lin closed in. Right now, Su Ditsai was covered in injuries. His body was collapsing and his origin soul was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for the protection of the unknown lantern, he would have already died. However, this lantern was too strange. If he wanted to kill Su Ditsai, he had to cut off the connection between him and the lantern. As Wang Lin closed in, there was a flash of blood light in his right hand. He grabbed a blood sword and chopped down on Su Ditsai's head. The 2nd watch had arrived. Today was the 5th watch. Chapter 1867. There was a flash of bloodlight. Wang Lin's chop contained his full cultivation and his ancient Tao power without any hesitation. In the land of the Celestials on the immortal astral continent, Wang Lin was very careful when using his Tao blessing spell. He didn't want too many people to recognize him and make it difficult for him to move. After all, he belonged to the ancient Tao, not the Celestials. Therefore, he had to be careful in the land of the Celestials. However, inside the Space Stone, he had no such worries. With one chop, a giant ancient Tao shadow that seemed to support the world appeared behind Wang Lin. This shadow was wearing armor and gave off an ancient aura. There was a flash of bloodlight. Wang Lin held the blood sword and quickly sliced between Su Ditsai's origin soul and the lantern. With a bang, Su Ditsai's origin soul coughed out a large mouthful of origin energy and became dispirited. The lantern above his head was knocked away by this powerful force, and the flame inside extinguished. I won't accept this. Su Ditsai's dispirited origin soul let out one last roar, before Wang Lin waved his sleeve to deal another destructive blow. Then Su Dicai was sent into his storage space. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out blood. He fell from the sky and immediately sat down to adjust his breathing. The Mosquito King circled the area and was on guard. EC revealed a strange light in its eyes and flew off into the distance. When it returned, it was holding an arm. This arm was a bloody mess. It was Su Dicai's arm. Staring at this arm, EC's eyes were filled with confusion, but soon, fog spread out from its body and covered it. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, the Mosquito King tirelessly guarded Wang Lin. At this moment, it was completely silent without any fluctuations. When the 3rd day was about to pass, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. During this period of time, he had killed 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Wang Lin was very tired. Only 8 left. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached at the void before him. A head flew into his hand. This head belonged to Su Dicai. His eyes were wide open, and his lifeless eyes were filled with despair and fear. Wang Lin stared at Su Dicai's head for a while before putting it together with Lu Ziyuan's head. This person's lantern treasure is very strange. Wang Lin pondered and looked into the distance. He waved his sleeve, and the extinguished lantern flew up and floated before him. Looking at it, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy, and it landed on the lantern to refine it. Slowly, the lantern lit up once more and gave off a gentle light. With his restriction essence, Wang Lin observed the inside and outside of the lantern. This was a pure defensive treasure. It didn't have any offensive power, but its protection was extremely powerful. As long as the flame inside didn't extinguish, the origin soul wouldn't be destroyed. It could even nourish the origin soul, making the origin soul slowly grow as if it had consumed a pill. If he refined it into his body and placed it beside his origin soul, the gentle candlelight it gave off would spread throughout his body, giving his body an invisible layer of protection. If it wasn't for this, it would have been very difficult for Su Dicai to survive the 2nd round. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The lantern immediately shrank and entered Wang Lin's mouth. It entered his body next to his origin soul, and the gentle flame surrounded Wang Lin's body. A warm feeling appeared in Wang Lin's body. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with excitement. This battle was worth it. Most importantly, there's also the secret of how this person can use spells so quickly. If I can master it, my combat power will increase greatly. Wang Lin had battled Su Dicai for a long time, so he knew how terrifying Su Dicai's casting speed was. With that speed, as long as Wang Lin was given a chance, Su Dicai would no longer be able to resist. Su Dicai would be at a disadvantage and unable to fight back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He lowered his head and waved his right hand. The seriously injured and extremely weak origin soul of Su Dicai appeared in his hand. The origin soul's eyes were closed, as if it had fainted. It had shrunk to 3 inches and lay quietly in Wang Lin's palm. Staring at this origin soul, Wang Lin suddenly clenched his right hand. In that instant, he unleashed a soul search. Actually, if the difference in cultivation base was too great, it would be very difficult to use a soul search. The only way to use it would be to seriously injure someone, much like Su Dicai, would be to use it without any misgivings. Su Dicai's life's memories were searched by Wang Lin without reservation. He continued to search for the source. Time slowly passed. Soon, 6 hours had passed. After all, Su Dicai had lived for too long. It would take some time to find a spell in his chaotic memories. After 6 hours, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and were filled with joy. Rapid spell. This Su Dicai had a fortuitous encounter in his early years. He found a complicated seal on a meteor that descended from the heavens. He cultivated it and obtained a terrifying spell casting speed. Wang Lin opened his palm. Su Dicai's origin soul trembled and slowly dissipated as if it could collapse at any moment. But even after a long time had passed, it still did not dissipate. Instead, a dark light suddenly appeared on it. That dark light was very strange, and it gave off a monstrous resentment. That resentment was formed from the unwillingness it felt before its death. However, what caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow was that after the resentment became denser, it slowly decreased until it reached a certain level. Su Ditsai's origin soul didn't dissipate or collapse, but it slowly opened its eyes. When he opened his eyes and met Wang Lin's gaze, Wang Lin's mind rumbled and he felt confused. Su Ditsai, who was in his palm, quickly flew off into the distance. However, Wang Lin quickly recovered. His eyes revealed a strange light and were filled with disbelief. It actually produced a ghost. Wang Lin cultivated the multi-layered illusion spell, so he was very familiar with the chances of a dead person or fierce beast producing a ghost. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but it was extremely rare, unless one used the Great Soul Sex method, but the quality of the ghost would be very low. At most, they would be able to make a mid-grade ghost sale. He understood that if a dead man or berserk beast could give birth to a ghost, such a ghost would be a great fortune for those who cultivate multi-layered illusion techniques. Wang Lin's heart pounded. This sudden surprise was beyond his expectations. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to stare at the escaping Su Ditsai's ghost. He was filled with indescribable excitement as he quickly chased after it. A mere ghost couldn't escape Wang Lin's grasp at all. He could even kill this person when he was alive, so there was no need to be afraid of him after he was dead. A moment later, Wang Lin's figure returned. In his hand was a struggling and screaming ghost. Holding the ghost, Wang Lin put it into his storage space. This thing was very useful to him. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a deep breath and calmed himself down to study the rapid spell art in Su Ditsai's memories. This spell walked an extreme path and could increase the speed of spells to a terrifying degree. The main reason was to open 9 spell veins in one's body. Every additional spell vein would increase the speed a lot. Su Ditsai had cultivated to this point and already had 7 spell veins. The so-called spell veins was a way of saying it. In truth, it used a special method to create a cycle in one's body at the cost of sealing one's soul. This way, it could increase the speed of spells. Sealing the origin soul of an earth cultivator in one's body to form a vortex. Why do I feel like this spell is very similar to some of the ancient clan spells? This thought appeared in Wang Lin's mind as he studied the rapid spell art. The more he studied it, the clearer this thought became. In his opinion, this spell could not only be used to cast spells. If it was used by an ancient clan cultivator, its power would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, I don't have an extra origin soul. As Wang Lin pondered, he memorized the rapid spell art. After comprehending it, he stood up and his right hand reached out. The ground trembled and a gourd appeared in his hand. More than half of the 30 million Dao souls remained, so not many had died. There was also the blue umbrella in the sky. Wang Lin also put away the Mosquito King and EC, which had merged with Su Ditsai's arm and was about to recover into his storage space. After doing all of this, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. It is time to go back. His body flickered and he disappeared from this broken space. Over the next few days, the fog above the extreme sky, prairie churned, and the slaughter continued. The earth cultivators who survived had higher cultivation levels and were more difficult to kill. As a result, even the slaughter became longer. Inside the fog, ordinary cultivators went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot as they constantly used spells. Deep inside the fog, the old man named Zhang and the old man named Zhao were fighting against Lu Wenran and several early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Not far away, the 2 remaining early-stage void, turbulent female cultivators from the Green Devil continent were battling Yen Lu and the Great Soul Sex Elder, Su Dongda. After losing 2 more early-stage void, turbulent cultivators, the Green Devil continent's strength decreased greatly. As a result, the pressure on Zhang and Zhao increased. They now had to face even more people. A few days later, The two mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters from the Green Devil continent were in an extremely sorry state. They looked like they could no longer resist. Today at the third watch, I'll continue to write and beg for monthly votes. L. Chapter 1868. There weren't as many cultivators in this battle as there had been the first time. As a result, the battle didn't spread out too far, only a few hundred kilometers. On a prairie tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield, it was still shrouded in fog. There was a stone that gave off a ghostly glow, and Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared. The sky was dim and shrouded in fog. The rain from a few days ago hadn't stopped, but it was a lot lighter. It fused with the fog and made the sky damp. Wang Lin picked up the space stone and put it into his storage space. Then he looked into the distance, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. After entering, the space stone will land on the spot, which is very dangerous. Unless it's a last resort, it's best not to use it. Wang Lin's body flickered and ripples echoed under his feet. He disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was less than 500 kilometers away from the battlefield, where millions of people were fighting. He could faintly feel the ripples of spells and the faint aura of death from the battle ahead. As long as it was a large-scale battle, there would be countless deaths on both sides. Wang Lin was tired of this kind of battle and didn't want to participate too much. He didn't have a sense of belonging here, nor did he have the passion to shout, "I'm a cultivator. I don't mind fighting." All he wanted was to complete the 3 conditions old ancestor Green Bull had given him and return the 3 gifts the Great Soul Sect had given him. This was Wang Lin's personality. He valued kindness. Right now, I can't continue fighting void, turbulent cultivators. But if there are void, turbulent cultivators that are seriously injured, perhaps I could take advantage of them. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he turned into smoke. He moved closer and closer to the battlefield. As he got closer, the fluctuations of spells became even stronger, and the aura of death became even stronger. He could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting and the collisions of spells and treasures. This battlefield is a way to capture an origin soul and seal it in my body to cultivate the rapid spell art. Wang Lin got closer and closer to the battlefield. Not long after, he charged into the battlefield that was hundreds of kilometers wide. Thunderous roars echoed in his ears, waves of spells echoed, and colorful lights filled the area. Both sides originally had 6,000 to 7,000 cultivators, but now there were less than 4,000 left. Their eyes were red as they engaged in a tragic battle. Wang Lin moved around the cultivators fighting. He saw the deaths of the Green Devil continent and the Heavenly Bull continent, but he didn't act. He didn't want to participate in this battle. In his view, whether it was the Heavenly Bull continent or the Green Devil continent, they were all the same. In a flash, Wang Lin quickly flew into the depths of the battlefield. Shortly after, Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked to the right. There were 2 cultivators fighting inside the fog. One of them was on the losing side and had been in danger many times. The old man from the Green Devil continent was very powerful at the mid-stage of Arcane Void. His attacks were extremely ruthless. "It's him." Wang Lin looked at the retreating cultivator. He had some impression of this person. It was the white-haired old man that appeared on the extreme sky prairie. The old man was in a sorry state. His face was pale, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, his expression was still determined and hadn't changed at all. After taking a few looks, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he charged forward. The cultivator, chasing the white-haired old man, had a ferocious expression as he let out a roar and waved his hand. The 2 giant phantoms appeared around him, and he chased after the white-haired old man. "You have fought the old man for so long. Now die for the old man." The cultivator suddenly raised his hands and pointed forward. The 2 phantoms on either side of him roared and shot forward. They were about to catch up to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man let out a sigh. He had somewhat become indifferent to life and death. On the battlefield, he had seen many fellow cultivators die miserable deaths, and now it was his turn. A hint of sadness appeared in his heart, but more than that, he felt relief. However, it was impossible for him to just wait for death. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and he prepared to self-destruct. This was the last thing he could do for his hometown before he died as a cultivator of the Heavenly Bull continent. The old man was born on the Heavenly Bull continent, and his cultivation was created by the heavens and earth of the Heavenly Bull continent. Now I'll return it to the Heavenly Bull continent and have no more worries. The white-haired old man's gaze was calm. As he spoke, he turned around and stopped fleeing. Just as he was about to self-destruct, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a figure suddenly appear between him and the cultivator chasing after him. It was a figure with white hair and white clothes. Wang Lin silently appeared. He raised his right hand and casually waved. The world rumbled and large amounts of fog churned. The two devil shadows trembled and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the phantoms caused the expression of the green devil continent cultivator to change greatly. It wasn't that his spell couldn't be broken, but for Wang Lin to break it so easily meant there was only one explanation. The weakest of the other party was still a mysterious, turbulent cultivator. This thought flashed through his mind, and the green devil continent cultivator's scalp went numb. He retreated without hesitation and was about to escape. Wang Lin let out a cold snort and took a step forward. He appeared before the green devil continent cultivator, and his palm smashed down like Mount Tai. The cultivator couldn't dodge at all, and his palm landed on the top of the cultivator's head. With a bang, the cultivator's body collapsed into a bloody mess. His origin soul was surrounded by this force and pulled out from his collapsed body. Wang Lin quickly formed a seal and pressed it against his chest. The origin soul disappeared, but a vortex appeared inside Wang Lin's body. This vortex was the embryonic form of a spell vein he had opened in his body according to the rapid spell art. All of this happened very quickly and ended in the blink of an eye. The white-haired old man stared dumbfoundedly as Wang Lin disappeared. After a long time, he let out a long breath. He is the elder of the Great Soul Sect. The old man had seen Wang Lin in the underground palace, so he immediately recognized him. However, as he looked at Wang Lin's back, his long, white hair, white clothes, and the cold aura he gave off, the old man felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had vaguely seen Wang Lin before. Wang Lin moved through the fog toward where the void, turbulent cultivators were fighting. Along the way, whenever he saw an arcane void cultivator, he would immediately kill them and seal their origin soul inside their body to consolidate the first spell vein. Wang Lin vaguely understood the principle behind the rapid spell art. By sealing a certain amount of origin souls, it would turn into a vortex. As a result, once the vortex rotated, it would move extremely fast. The more cultivators were sealed and the higher their cultivation levels were, the faster the vortex would rotate. Similarly, when Wang Lin needed it, the speed at which he could cast spells would increase accordingly. However, it wasn't without limits. As Wang Lin moved forward, he closed in on the void, turbulent cultivators. He had already sealed 9 people. After these 9, he couldn't seal any more and couldn't form a second spell vein. This was explained in the rapid spell art. After experiencing it himself, Wang Lin had a profound understanding. In order to form a second spell vein, he needed an origin soul with a higher cultivation level. Unless he could start sealing at the Nirvana void stage like Suited Sai, the power would be greatly reduced. Right now, the vortex Wang Lin had formed with an arcane void cultivator was more powerful than Suited Sai's 4 vortexes. This showed just how powerful it was. Arcane turbulent cultivators should be able to form a second spell vein in my body, but there are very few arcane turbulent cultivators on this battlefield. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at the churning fog in the distance. There were all the void turbulent cultivators on both sides. After looking for a while, Wang Lin frowned. It will be difficult for them to be seriously injured in a short period of time. I don't know what kind of pill those Green Devil Continent cultivators use to faintly resist the fog and increase their combat power. As a result, I'll go find the arcane, turbulent cultivators first. Wang Lin pondered and quietly retreated. Just as he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, Wang Lin charged forward at full speed. The instant he charged out less than 30 feet, a ray of green light closed in on him and landed where he was just now. The ground trembled, and a loud rumble rose into the sky and spread in all directions. Even the fog seemed to show signs of collapsing under the attack of the green light. This blow created a shockwave that pushed Wang Lin far away. If Wang Lin hadn't noticed it in time, that blow would have seriously injured him. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but he felt his hair stand on end. He clearly felt a divine sense lock onto him, so he quickly moved forward. Ripples appeared under his feet, and he was about to merge with the world. Break! However, just at this moment, a cold voice echoed in his ears. The world seemed to be sealed, and he couldn't merge with the world. Mid-stage void, turbulent old monster. Wang Lin immediately determined the cultivation of the person that had locked onto him. He clenched his teeth and no longer merged with the world. He waved his sleeve, and the mosquito beast appeared to carry him away. Behind Wang Lin, the old man named Zhang, who had battled Luan Ran and the void, turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull Continent, stared at where Wang Lin had escaped to. Killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he quickly chased after Wang Lin, disregarding the battle. Old man, Zhang Daozong has been waiting for you for several days. You finally came out, you little fox. You killed Lu Ziyuan, so you have to appease the sect master's anger. Wang Lin didn't say a word. He borrowed the speed of the mosquito beast and instantly flew more than 100,000 feet. However, Zhang Daozong was even faster and instantly covered less than 1,000 feet. The fourth chapter. Continue to write the fifth chapter. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Chapter 1869. A mid-stage void, turbulent old monster was enough to be called an overlord on the immortal astral continent. They could establish their own sect and become a sect that had existed for countless years. Back then, the seven-colored celestial sovereign was at the mid-stage of void turbulent. He established his own sect and accepted many disciples. Even the Great Soul sect was very polite to him. Such a cultivator was worthy of respect. With Wang Lin's strength, he could win against early-stage void turbulent cultivators. It would be difficult to kill them, but it wasn't impossible. However, if he were to face an old monster like the seven-colored celestial sovereign at his peak, it would be too difficult. Even if he had 9 essences and reached the early stage of arcane void, it would be very difficult to cross this gap. At most, he would have the qualifications to turn the tide. In order to truly fight against a mid-stage, void, turbulent old monster, in terms of cultivation, Wang Lin would have to reach the late stage of arcane void or pass the last calamity with his ancient order inheritance. However, Wang Lin had spent his life in danger. Sometimes, killing someone didn't just rely on cultivation, but other factors. However, he was unprepared at this moment. There was a mid-stage void, turbulent old monster chasing after him, and a teleportation spell had sealed this place. Once the old monster caught up, Wang Lin would without a doubt die. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's cultivation surged into the mosquito beast. This caused the mosquito beast's speed to increase greatly, and it charged forward like crazy. Behind him, Zhang Daozong was calm, but his eyes were filled with monstrous, killing intent. He chased after Wang Lin with large steps. I want to see how you will escape from the old man. Zhang Daozong cared a lot about being played by Wang Lin last time. In addition, Wang Lin had killed Lu Ziyuan, so he couldn't explain it to the sect master. Therefore, his desire to kill Wang Lin was very strong. As for the impact of him leaving, he didn't care. The reason he dared to chase after Wang Lin was because the Green Devil Continent had specially set up a plan for Wang Lin. This plan was to use the deaths of a large number of cultivators to make things seem real. This would delay the battle and lure Wang Lin out. In truth, if the Green Devil Continent wanted to, they could end this second battle very quickly, because their reinforcements had arrived 2 days ago. The reason they hadn't appeared after the reinforcements arrived and had hidden their aura was to kill Wang Lin. What Wang Lin had done the Pill Sea had enraged the 3 old ancestors of the Green Paper Continent. They had issued a kill order to kill Wang Lin, because everything Wang Lin had done was heaven-shattering. He had killed Void Cloud's avatar and ruined the Pill Sea's celestial pill plan. This had caused the celestial pill to collapse prematurely and caused the Green Devil Continent to tremble. More than half of the Green Devil Continent cultivators in the Pill Sea had died. This was just what had happened before, and now Wang Lin had killed the Devil Dao Sect's Lu Ziyuan. Even Su Detsai might be despicably killed by him. This series of things made Wang Lin the #1 must-kill person for the Green Devil Continent at the start of the war. Just as Zhang Daozong chased after Wang Lin, 4 auras appeared 5,000 kilometers away from the battlefield. These 4 auras were all at the mid-stage of Void Tribulate. What was even more shocking was that after these 4 auras appeared, the sky above the extreme sky prairie that was shrouded in fog was suddenly filled with a strange green color. The green color condensed into a giant green scorpion. This scorpion let out a heaven-shaking hiss, and green mist spread out, pressing down on the battlefield below. Green Devil Messenger, Lu Wenran, who was battling the old man named Zhao, felt the 4 auras and the green scorpion appear in the sky. His expression changed greatly. He had personally battled the Green Devil Messengers and knew how terrifying they were. He didn't expect 4 Green Devil Messengers to appear here. It has to be said that even in the Pill Sea, only 3 had appeared. For the Green Devil Continent, each Green Devil Messenger was extremely precious, so they wouldn't casually send out too many. Lu Wenran's face was pale. He didn't know that the Green Devil Continent had sent out 4 Green Devil Messengers for Wang Lin. As for this place, it was just a side effect. Lu Wenran retreated without hesitation. While retreating, Lu Wenran's eyes were filled with dread, and he let out a roar. Quickly return to the underground palace and seal the entrance. There was no need for Lu Wenran to remind them. When all the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators felt the monstrous aura of the 4 ancient existences and saw the green scorpion formed by the fog, they all quickly retreated. The only thought in their minds was to quickly return to the underground palace. After all, that was the last line of defense. There were 4 Green Devil Messengers and 2 mid-stage Void Tribulent Old Men. The 6 of them couldn't resist at all. Ordinary cultivators could enter the underground palace in a flash. Only the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Continent could do this. The cultivators of the Green Devil Continent couldn't enter the ground. After all, the formation here was still active, and it was still operating at full power. However, Void Tribulent cultivators like Lu Wenran had long been targeted and wouldn't be easily let go. The 4 rays of green light closed in from the fog. The giant scorpion in the sky continued to descend, releasing a large amount of green fog. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and all the Void Tribulent cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Continent let out angry roars. It was obvious that their plan to enter the ground was being stopped. As for Wang Lin, he was also inside the fog. He felt the 4 monstrous auras closing in and saw the giant green scorpion in the sky. He couldn't help but gasp. He clearly knew that his only chance was to quickly return to the underground palace. If he was too late, the underground palace would be sealed, and he wouldn't be able to enter. He wouldn't have any chance of surviving against 6 mid-stage Void Tribulent Old Monsters. Even if he used his avatar that was still growing and used the 3 life spell that he hadn't wasted yet, he would still die. This sense of death was even more intense than when he was fighting. Wang Lin didn't hesitate, and the mosquito beast charged toward the ground. As long as Wang Lin touched the ground, he could merge with it and escape. However, the world here was already sealed, so he couldn't teleport and had to rely on speed. The moment Wang Lin's mosquito beast charged toward the ground, Zhang Daozong was less than 500 feet behind him. He wasn't in a rush to act. He wanted to see Wang Lin suffer the torture of death in despair. In the distance, a ray of green light closed in. It was a green devil messenger with a cold expression. He was going to hunt down Wang Lin with Zhang Daozong. For the green devil continent, Wang Lin had to be killed, or else it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in their hearts. The green devil messengers were very different from ordinary cultivators. They were extremely cruel and didn't care about their opponent's cultivation level. Even if it was a little foundation establishment disciple, they would kill them with full force. They didn't feel like it was a disgrace to their status. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He was still more than 3,000 feet from the ground. He saw Yin Lu cough out blood and her body tremble. She landed on the ground and quickly escaped. Behind Yin Lu, Su Donda's face was also pale as he escaped. The void turbulent cultivators were all injured and fell to the ground. Lu Wenran coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his right arm exploded. Behind him, a green devil messenger chased after him. Once Lu Wenran enters the ground, he will immediately seal the underground palace. At that time, I won't be able to leave. I must be fast, fast, fast. Wang Lin was anxious. He was less than 1,000 feet from the ground, but at this moment, Zhang Daozong attacked. Everything is over. As Zhang Daozong spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed at the escaping Wang Lin. The green light that terrified Wang Lin shot toward Wang Lin. It instantly closed in. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and revealed a decisive gaze. He waved his sleeve, and as the green light closed in, the green umbrella appeared before him. The moment the umbrella appeared, Wang Lin didn't have time to feel heartache and immediately roared. Explode! Thunderous rumbles echoed. The green light collided with Wang Lin's treasure and created a powerful shockwave. This shockwave landed on Wang Lin's body and caused popping sounds to echo in his body. He coughed out blood and quickly put away the Mosquito King. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 500 feet from the ground. This distance that he could normally cross in less than a breath of time was like a heavenly gap. Not only was the old man named Zhang closing in, but there was also the cold green devil messenger. They were less than 1,000 feet away, facing two mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters. Wang Lin couldn't cross 500 feet at all. In the distance, Lu Wenran coughed out blood and landed on ground. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. He saw Wang Lin, but he didn't hesitate. The moment he entered the ground, he chose to close the formation. He could have waited until he was safe to close the formation, but he didn't. Ripples came from the ground, and the formation was rapidly closing. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have gone crazy. As Zhang Daozong and the green devil messenger closed in, he took out the 30 million Dao Souls gourd. He threw it forward. Explode! Wang Lin's heart ached, but he didn't have time to think too much. The moment he said explode, the 30 million Dao Souls inside the gourd flew out. The collapse of the gourd created a shocking sound that spread across the entire extreme sky prairie. The collapse of 30 million Dao Souls was enough to threaten a mid-stage void, turbulent cultivator. Now that it exploded, even Zhang Daozong's expression changed greatly. He suddenly stopped and retreated. The green devil messenger also frowned and slowed down a bit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Lin crossed 500 feet with madness. The moment the Earth formation completely closed, he fused with the Earth. Fifth update. Today, I heard that the Head Alliance leader is celebrating a birthday. I wish the Head Alliance leader a happy birthday. Chapter 1870. The moment he entered the Earth, Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood. He charged into the Earth like smoke. He could clearly feel that the Earth had completely closed the moment he entered. If he had been a bit slower, he would have been stopped on the Earth. At that time, facing 6 mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters, Even if Wang Lin had 3 lives, he wouldn't have had any chance of surviving. However, the price was simply too great. The collapse of the 30 million Dao souls made Wang Lin's heart ache. If he had used the gourd well, he could have seriously injured a mid-stage void turbulent old monster. However, he could only let it explode in exchange for a chance of survival. Forget it. Even if the gourd is extremely powerful, it is only a worldly possession. As long as I can avoid this crisis, I will eventually be able to obtain an even more powerful treasure. Zhang Daozong. Wang will remember this grudge. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. What happened just now was the most life-and-death crisis he had faced since coming to the immortal astral continent. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have perished in both body and soul. Wang Lin had always been vengeful. He remembered Zhang Daozong's actions and Lu Wenran's actions. Wang Lin also remembered Lu Wenran's actions. Just now, if Lu Wenran had been a bit slower in sealing the earth and waited for Wang Lin, then Wang Lin might not have needed to explode the gourd and could have charged into the earth. However, Lu Wenran's selfishness had almost killed Wang Lin. Lu Wenran. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. When he came to the immortal astral continent, he didn't have a sense of belonging. The people and things here were like strangers to him. He didn't have a grudge against the people here. They were all busy with their own goals. But now his way of thinking had changed. This change was because of what had happened in that instant just now. In a flash, Wang Lin sank deep into the earth and soon saw the underground palace. Thunderous rumbles came from above him. Someone was attacking the earth to break the seal and enter the cave. Although the formation here was powerful, if the 6 mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters continued to attack, it would be broken sooner or later. In a flash, Wang Lin entered the underground palace. At this moment, only 1,000 or so cultivators had managed to keep their names. They had escaped with their lives and were in a sorry state. They didn't have the mood to cultivate. They looked up at the sky and could hear the muffled rumbles. They were filled with worry and despair. They would sometimes look at the palaces in the underground palace where the void, turbulent cultivators that had just returned were. They were all seriously injured. As the rumbles above became even more intense, the entire underground palace began to tremble and dirt fell from above. Although the Green Devil Continent knew that it would take a long time to break this formation, the constant rumbles still gave everyone an invisible pressure that was becoming stronger and stronger. Under this pressure, if one's mind wasn't firm, it was easy for them to go crazy. As the rumbles continued, many of the more than 1,000 cultivators revealed despair in their eyes. They looked at the dirt falling from above and felt the entire underground palace tremble. Their fear became even stronger. It's over. They have 6 powerful old monsters, so this formation can't protect us at all. Once they open the formation, we will without a doubt die. The Green Devil Continent has reinforcements, but why aren't we here? Why are we the only ones guarding here? There's no need to guard at all. It is useless. This place will soon be broken. We should immediately escape. Bursts of uproar gradually set off like a storm in the underground palace as the muffled rumbles continued. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position inside his cave. His cave didn't have a door, so he could see everything outside. Listening to the desperate words of the cultivators and feeling the rumbles from the underground palace, Wang Lin's expression gradually became gloomy. Wang Lin didn't care if the palace was destroyed or not. He was thinking about how to deal with Zhang Daozong after the Green Devil Continent cultivators killed their way into the palace. Since Zhang Daozong could seal the world once, he could seal it a second, a third, or a fourth time. This seal targeted at him gave Wang Lin a headache. Through this, Wang Lin determined that the Green Devil Continent had noticed him and likely knew about what had happened in the Pill Sea. It was even possible that the 4 mid-stage, void, turbulent old monsters had come for him. Breaking open the 3rd meridian is one of their goals, and the other is to kill me. As a result, their plan must be very thorough, and they won't give me any chance to escape. In this case, if I want to save my life and counterattack, I must do everything in my power to make myself stronger. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was completely focused on finding a way to make himself stronger. It had been a long time since he had been like this. Only the constant life and death crisis had allowed him to grow to his current level after so many years. Just as Wang Lin was pondering, among the more than 1,000 cultivators outside, only a few hundred remained silent. The rest of the cultivators went into an uproar as the thunderous rumbles became even more intense. It was unknown who took the lead, but they all surrounded the palace. Void turbulent cultivators, what do we do now? The green devil continent cultivators are going to kill us and enter. How do we resist? Do we have reinforcements? If so, when will they come? If not, are we just going to wait here to die? Fellow exalts, give us an explanation. Give us an answer. If there's no answer, we can't just wait for death. If worst comes to worst, I'll just surrender to green. The last person to say this was a middle-aged man. His face was filled with rage, fear, and despair. However, just as he said this, his eyes suddenly widened, and his body flew out of the crowd uncontrollably. His hands grabbed his neck, and he kept struggling. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands mercilessly strangling his neck. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't do anything. There was a loud bang as the cultivator's body exploded into a blood mist that spread out in all directions. The blood mist landed on the faces of the 1,000 or so cultivators, causing everyone's voices to suddenly stop. What are you panicking for? A cold voice came from within the palace. Lu Wenran, who had lost an arm, walked out of the palace with a pale face and a gloomy expression in his eyes. Behind him, Yin Lu's face was deathly pale, and there were specks of blood on her clothes. She looked very sorry as she silently followed behind. Beside her was Su Dongda. Su Dongda's expression was also dispirited. It was obvious that he had suffered a heavy injury at the last moment of the battle. Behind the three of them were the three void, turbulent cultivators from the sects near the extreme sky prairie. Their eyes were dim as they silently followed. With Lu Wenran leading the way, these void, turbulent cultivators flew into the air above the palace. The old man named Zhou was also pale as he followed behind everyone. Lu Wenran's gaze swept the earth. At this moment, he was very excited and didn't pay attention to the surrounding caves. He just subconsciously swept his gaze past them. It is not the most critical moment yet. If anyone dares to disturb the morale of my heavenly bull continent, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fellow cultivator Zhou, come and talk to them. As Lu Wenran spoke, he looked at the old man named Zhou. The old man's heart trembled, and he quickly nodded. He looked at the people below with a complicated expression and let out a sigh. He clasped his hands and spoke. Fellow cultivators, the old man is the person in charge of the underground palace. Most of you have seen me. Make it short. Lu Wenran frowned. The old man named Zhou's body trembled, and he quickly spoke. It's like this. Although there are 6 mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters outside, the third meridian of the heavenly bull has a last resort. Once it is used, we can kill our way back and protect everyone safely. So there is no need to panic. This last resort requires everyone to use their full cultivation to summon the soul of the heavenly bull and turn it into the soul armor. Once you put on the soul armor, you'll be possessed by the heavenly bull, and your cultivation level will reach a terrifying level in a short period of time. The old man named Zhou quickly said. The moment they heard this, the breathing of the more than 1,000 cultivators below began to quicken. They had never heard of this before, and they even doubted the existence of the heavenly bull continent's heavenly bull. However, it seemed like the heavenly bull really existed and could summon its soul to increase one's cultivation level greatly. As the old man named Zhou spoke, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Because there is a certain amount of danger after putting on the heavenly bull soul armor, the void turbulent cultivators discussed and agreed to let Elder Lu, who has the highest cultivation level and contributed the most, wear it. He didn't believe that Lu Wenran would choose to put on the soul armor if there was any danger. There had to be some other benefit, or else Lu Wenran wouldn't have done this. Fellow cultivators, this soul armor is dangerous, but now is a time of crisis for the heavenly bull continent. How can I let others try it because of danger? I can't do such a thing. The more dangerous a task is, the more I need to do it. If something happens to me in the future and I die because of this soul armor, I ask that everyone, on that day, every year, just send me a bottle of aged wine. Lu Wenran almost couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He felt like he was willing to give up everything for others. His words caused Yin Lu, who was behind him, to reveal an imperceptible hint of contempt. First night, last day of the month, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 1871. When they were discussing this matter in the palace, Yin Lu could tell that this was a great fortune. Summoning the heavenly bull soul and turning it into a soul armor would not only increase one's cultivation, but it would also increase one's own cultivation. It would bring unimaginable benefits. However, not everyone could obtain this. One needed to have a certain connection with the soul of the heavenly bull to do so. The more connection one had with the soul of the heavenly bull, the more terrifying the increase in one's cultivation level would be. Although it was only a temporary increase, once it was reached, it would be much easier for one to enter that realm in the future. This kind of opportunity was very rare. It required all the sects in the heavenly bull continent to open the heavenly bull 7 meridian formation in the face of this invasion. Most importantly, one couldn't summon the soul of the heavenly bull too many times. If one did, the soul of the heavenly bull would dissipate on a large scale. As a result, the entire heavenly bull continent would be affected. These things could affect mortals and shake the foundation of the heavenly bull continent. Although this was the case, there would still be some crazy people who would disregard the lives of mortals and force it. Once that happened, they would be punished by the imperial family. This was an unquestionable order in the celestial clan. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and no one dared to disobey it. Once it was violated, one person would die, one sect would die, and one continent would die. This order was that unless it was a matter of life and death for the entire continent, they couldn't damage the soul of the beast that was sealed in the heavens. Now, with the invasion of the Green Devil Continent cultivators, the order of this ancient existence had loosened a bit. Yin Lu naturally desired this opportunity, Su Dongda also desired it, and the 3 dim void turbulent cultivators also desired it. However, they couldn't compete with Lu Wenran. Even though Lu Wenran's cultivation had weakened a lot due to his injuries, just based on his contribution in this battle, they couldn't say anything. The muffled rumble above the underground palace continued. The rumble was like the scythe of death that could cut off all life at any moment. Fellow Taoists, please sit down cross-legged and release all of your cultivation power. Your divine will appear on the heavenly bull, and we will use this formation to summon the soul of the heavenly bull. Lu Wenran was extremely excited in his heart. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. He knew that this soul kai was indeed dangerous, but the danger was not that great. Most importantly, if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for countless years before he could get his hands on it again. And this time, including him, a total of 7 people from the heavenly bull meridians would obtain this qualification. These 7 people would become famous in the heavenly bull continent in the future. In response to his words, the more than 1,000 cultivators down below sat down cross-legged. They had no other choice. This was the only option. Yin Lu and company behind Lu Wenran were unwilling, but the situation was over. They all sat down and let out sighs. Lu Wenran was the only one standing there, and the excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. He looked at the old man named Zhou and nodded. The old man named Zhou didn't dare to refuse. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and chanted a spell that only he could hear. His cultivation level wasn't high enough, but the reason he was sent here to be the person in charge of this place and didn't need to participate in every battle was because his body was very suitable for communicating with the heavenly bull soul. Here, just like the green devil messenger, His identity was the servant of the heavenly bull. Wang Lin sat inside the cave, and his eyes lit up. He didn't act rashly and chose to wait. Outside the cave, the old man named Zhou bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out blood. His right hand grabbed the blood and formed a blood-colored seal. Heavenly Bull, divine soul, use my blood to lead the soul back. The old man named Zhou's expression was extremely serious as he waved the blood-colored seal in his hand. Endless red light erupted from the seal and shrouded the entire underground palace. The old man named Zhou suddenly let out a roar. Fellow cultivators, send your cultivation into this bloodlight. As he roared, the more than 1,000 cultivators sat down and spread out all of their cultivation bases. Ripples spread out on the ground, and when the last cultivator spread out his cultivation base, pain appeared on their faces. All of their cultivation bases had been absorbed by the blood-red light that enveloped this place. The endless blood light absorbed the cultivation of more than 1,000 earth cultivation cultivators. It suddenly surged toward the blood light and gathered together, causing a gray mist to appear in the world. With a blood-colored mark as the center, the mist swirled above the underground palace, slowly forming a huge vortex. The vortex spun and spun, slowly increasing in speed. As it rotated, rumbling sounds continued to reverberate. Looking at it with the naked eye, the depths of the vortex seemed to lead to a strange space. Roars filled with grievances frantically rang out from within that strange space. Roar! The moment this roar appeared, the underground palace trembled violently. This roar rushed into the minds of the more than 1,000 cultivators below. Their faces turned pale, and they coughed out blood. Even Yin Lu and company's expressions changed when they heard this roar. This roar was the roar of the heavenly bull. Lu Wenran could no longer hide his excitement. He stared at the strange space inside the vortex and listened to the roar of the heavenly bull. He began to laugh like crazy. The excitement in his heart had reached a limit, and his eyes were filled with desire and greed. He knew that it wouldn't be long before his cultivation would erupt, and it would be of great benefit to him in the future. Wang Lin stared at the vortex in the sky and heard the roar of the heavenly bull. He was not unfamiliar with this roar. The blood seal is the first step to summoning the heavenly bull. The power of more than 1,000 cultivators is the power to open the vortex to the space where the heavenly bull is sealed. This is the second step. Fellow cultivators, each of you take 9 ounces of blood, no more, no less, and quickly condense it on your right index finger. The old man raised his right hand and waved. A wound appeared on his fingertip, and 9 ounces of blood flew out. At the same time, the more than 1,000 cultivators down below all raised their right hands. At this point, there was no way out. Following Old Man Zhou's instructions, they all squeezed out the same amount of blood, which transformed into blood arrows that shot forward. The large amount of blood instantly condensed together and turned into a blood-colored chain. The chain swept across the world, and one end of it went straight into the whirlpool. After entering the strange space, it suddenly pulled outwards. The roar of the heavenly bull echoed once more. As the blood-colored chain pulled, it seemed like it was going to lock the heavenly bull's soul out. The roar became even more intense, and Lu Wenran became even more excited. He licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with monstrous desire. This is mine, Lu Wenran's. With this heavenly bull soul armor, I can kill my way out of this place. Although it will only be for a short period of time, I will definitely not return this soul armor so easily in this chaotic war. Lu Wenran stared at the whirlpool with an excited expression. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The reason he was targeting Wang Lin was because of old ancestor Green Bull's attitude toward Wang Lin. This made him feel threatened, and since he was sent here, Lu Wenran acted like this. As the red chain continued to pull, the Longhorn Bull's roar gradually became clearer. One could vaguely see the shadow of a bull in the vortex, and it was being pulled out bit by the chain. However, this process did not last long before the chain showed signs of being unable to be pulled any further. Seeing this, there was a flash of coldness in Lu Wenran's eyes. Fellow cultivator Zhou, Lu Wenran suddenly turned his head. He stared at the old man named Zhou and then at Yin Lu and company. The old man named Zhou bitterly smiled in his heart. He clenched his teeth and clasped his hands at Yin Lu and company. The heavenly bull's soul won't come out. Esteemed exalts, please release your origin souls and help this lowly one pull out the soul. As the old man spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it against the center of his eyebrows. With a boom, the old man's nascent spirit immediately flew out and turned into a small person that charged into the whirlpool. It grabbed the chain. At the same time, under Lu Wenran's threatening gaze, the three early-stage void, turbulent cultivators from the sects near the extreme sky, prairie, closed their eyes and sat down. Their origin souls flew out helplessly toward the old man, named Zhou, and grabbed the chain. Elder Yin Lu, Elder Dongda. Lu Wenran looked at Yin Lu and Su Dongda with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yin Lu let out a sigh and no longer hesitated. He sat with Su Dongda, and his origin soul flew out. He grabbed the red chain and gathered the power of 5 void, turbulent cultivators. With the aura of the old man, named Zhou, as the guide, everyone pulled. In the huge whirlpool, the longhorn bull let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound of this hole, too, could be heard everywhere. It even traveled out of the ground into the ground above. As the roar echoed, a giant heavenly bull shadow was pulled out from the vortex. A terrifying pressure immediately shrouded the area. The instant the heavenly bull appeared, it shone with a blinding light that attracted the attention of all the cultivators below. Everyone watched in awe as the heavenly bull shrank rapidly until it transformed into a suit of armor that floated above the vortex, motionless. The armor was dark and gave off the aura of a soul. It was extremely powerful. The moment the armor appeared, Yin Lu and company's origin souls entered their bodies. They opened their eyes and looked at it with a complicated gaze. Lu Wenran laughed as he charged toward the armor. The soul armor of the heavenly bull, 3 meridians, belongs to me, Lu Wenran. However, just as Lu Wenran was about to step out, a ray of light charged out from the cave and charged at the armor. The soul armor belongs to you. I don't agree. The second update has arrived. I have something to tell everyone. The Celestial Renegade web game was bought by Chengdu Web Games Technology and is now officially online. Those who like to play web games can go take a look. The address is on my 10-cent Weibo, or you can find it by searching for Web Games Technology. Chapter 1872. This voice, which was as cold as the winter wind, set off a huge wave the moment it appeared in the world. Yin Lu's eyes narrowed and revealed a look of joy. Compared to Lu Wenran, she didn't know why, but she hoped it was Wang Lin who had the soul armor. There was also the old man named Zhou. His expression changed greatly, and fear appeared in his eyes. Su Dongda's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at Wang Lin. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the other 3 void, turbulent cultivators, their eyes lit up and they began to pay attention. The more than 1,000 cultivators below were all startled. They didn't expect such a change to occur. Someone had disagreed with Lu Wenran's decision the moment the soul armor appeared. It has to be said that although Lu Wenran was injured, his cultivation was still there. How could an ordinary cultivator challenge someone like this? The moment Wang Lin spoke, his body flickered, and he used spatial bending to appear before the soul armor to stop Lu Wenran. Wang Lin! Lu Wenran's eyes were filled with crazy, killing intent. He didn't expect Wang Lin to be here. When he escaped underground, he saw Wang Lin. Wang Lin had deliberately sealed the earth after he entered to kill him. However, now that he saw that Wang Lin wasn't dead and had come to destroy what he wanted, he no longer hid his killing intent toward Wang Lin. You dare to stop me? You're courting death. Lu Wenran charged at Wang Lin. He raised his right hand, and his mid-stage, void, turbulent cultivation erupted. You dare to injure me in front of everyone? I'm an elder of the Great Soul Sect, someone sent by old ancestor Green Bull to guard this place. You dare to injure me due to internal strife? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by the Great Soul Sect? Are you not afraid of the anger of old ancestor Green Bull? Are you not afraid of not having a place in the heavenly bull continent? Are you not afraid of killing your fellow sect members during the war? Wang Lin didn't dodge at all, but let out a roar. As he shouted, the more than 1,000 cultivators below remembered that Lu Wenran, Yin Lu, and Su Donda weren't the only elders from the Great Soul Sect. There was a fourth person. Lu Wenran's expression changed, and he subconsciously paused for a moment. Wang Lin seized the opportunity and leaned back. However, the instant he touched the soul armor, there were no signs of it fusing. This change caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. Lu Wenran stared at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent and mockery. Soul armor. You can't fuse with it until the last step. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he stared at Lu Wenran and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't fuse with them. However, I won't allow you to fuse with them." Ever since he entered the Great Soul Sect, he had been very low-key. Many people had forgotten that he was also an elder of the Great Soul Sect. However, at this moment, he was no longer low-key and became arrogant. His words and actions immediately attracted the gazes of the more than 1,000 cultivators below. They all looked over in shock. Many of them didn't understand why Wang Lin dared to go against Lu Wenran with his cultivation level. However, the sharpness of his words surpassed all treasures, so Lu Wenran didn't dare to attack. Just as Wang Lin had said, if he, Lu Wenran, acted today, he would have to kill everyone here. If an accident happened, the Great Soul Sect wouldn't allow him to live. Even if everyone here died, the old ancestor would divinate something as big as this. Once he divined the answer, he would still be hunted by the Great Soul Sect. Once that happened, there would be no place for him in the heavenly bull continent. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat. So how could he dare to attack? Lu Wenran stared at Wang Lin and slowly said, "So it's Elder Wang. When you suddenly appeared, I thought a spy had sneaked in to steal the soul armor. So I attacked. Now that I recognize Elder Wang, it was naturally a misunderstanding." Wang Lin slowly said, "No problem. Since Elder Lu admitted his mistake, Wang naturally won't mind. However, Elder Lu, I don't agree with you possessing the soul armor." Lu Wenran clenched his fist tightly with his remaining arm hidden in his sleeve, but there was a smile on his face. Oh, I wonder who you think should have it. Is it you?" Lu Wenran didn't ask for the reason, but changed his tone. He attacked Wang Lin from another direction. "Elder Wang, if you've taken a liking to the soul armor and want it for yourself, then I can understand your actions just now. For your own personal gain, you disregarded the lives of over 1,000 cultivators here. Elder Wang, I've underestimated you. However, even if you don't agree, even if you want it for yourself, you have to ask everyone if you have the qualifications." Lu Wenran's cultivation level was high, and his mind was naturally extraordinary. With just a few words, he had completely offset Wang Lin's momentum and his own loss of composure. "I think Elder Wang has the qualifications." Just as Lu Wenran finished speaking, Yin Lu suddenly spoke. Her words were soft, but they echoed through the underground palace, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. As she spoke, Yin Lu smiled at Wang Lin. "Elder Yin Lu, you have to be responsible for your words." Lu Wenran's pupils shrank as he stared at Yin Lu, and his expression became cold. Yin Lu looked at Lu Wenran and slowly said, "There is no need for Elder Lu to remind me. Yin Lu naturally knows." On the side, Su Donda suddenly said, "I also think that Elder Wang has the qualifications." After he spoke, the more than 1,000 cultivators below all went into an uproar. It has to be said that the words of a void, turbulent cultivator were already very heavy, but now 2 void, turbulent cultivators had recognized him. This was enough to explain the situation. Most importantly, they were both elders of the Great Soul Sect. Good. The coldness in Lu Wenran's eyes became even stronger as he looked at Su Donda. The anger in his heart had reached a certain degree. Lu Wenran stared at the three void, turbulent cultivators from the nearby sects and clenched his teeth. What about the three of you? Do you also think that Elder Wang has the qualifications to obtain the soul armor? Do you want to hand the lives of more than 1,000 cultivators below to someone of his cultivation level? The three of them silently pondered. They didn't want to offend Lu Wenran, but they also didn't want to offend Yin Lu and Su Dongda. After all, they were all elders of the Great Soul Sect. As for Wang Lin, the three of them didn't care too much about him. The silence of the three great sovereigns caused Lu Wenran to sneer. His gaze swept around and fell on the more than 1,000 cultivators below. Wherever his gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak at this moment. Wang Lin had been calm from beginning to end, and now he slowly said, "Since everyone else is silent, and Elder Yin Lu and Elder Su Dongda think that Wang has the qualifications, what do you think, Elder Lu?" Lu Wenran stared at Wang Lin, and after a moment he suddenly laughed. The anger in his heart dissipated, and he became calm again. "Elder Wang does have the qualifications. Now it is a choice between you and me. I really want to know why you don't agree with me obtaining the soul armor." Wang Lin coldly said, "You didn't contribute enough in this war." After Lu Wenran heard this, he immediately laughed. "I didn't contribute enough? I led you all to counterattack twice. Then I escaped back to the underground palace. In the first battle, I stalled the mid-stage void, turbulent cultivator, and in the second battle, I did the same. If not for me, there wouldn't be more than 1,000 cultivators left. I fear they would have all been slaughtered by someone. I didn't contribute enough?" "Then, Elder Wang, I want to ask, what contribution did you make?" Wang Lin didn't hesitate and waved his right hand. Lu Ziyuan's head appeared in Wang Lin's palm, and he raised it. "He is a void turbulent cultivator from the Green Devil continent. You all should have met him. I killed him." After he spoke and the head appeared, the underground palace became quiet, but soon a monstrous wave was set off. It has to be said that the death of the Green Devil continent's void turbulent cultivator was something all the Heavenly Bull continent cultivators knew about. Countless speculations had arisen among them about who had killed the enemy void turbulent cultivator. However, there was no answer to this question. However, at this moment, when they saw the head and heard Wang Lin calmly say, "I killed him," their minds trembled and they were filled with terror and disbelief. "It's him! He actually killed the enemy void turbulent cultivator. How is this possible? His cultivation level is clearly not at the arcane void stage. Yet he can kill a void turbulent cultivator. To kill a void turbulent cultivator in such a short period of time, this person must be hiding his cultivation level. He is not what he looks like. He is also an elder of the Great Soul Sect. How can he be weak? The Great Soul Sect must have sent him here because they had a thorough plan. They wouldn't simply send someone to die. This person is very low-key and doesn't compete with others for palaces. Instead, he chooses to live in caves like us. If such a person obtains the soul armor, it is possible." Aside from the cultivators below, Yin Lu took a deep breath when she saw the head. Although she already had some speculations, her gaze toward Wang Lin was very different. "It really is him." Beside her, Su Dongda's pupils shrank, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. As for the three void, turbulent cultivators from the nearby sects, they were shocked and filled with disbelief. They all looked at Wang Lin. The old man named Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he was dumbfounded. He suddenly thought of the door to Wang Lin's cave that he had destroyed and hadn't repaired. Bursts of discussion entered Lu Wenran's ears and caused his calm expression to fluctuate. He stared at the head in Wang Lin's right hand that was filled with unwillingness and fear, and his heart trembled. He clearly knew that if this matter continued, then Wang Lin's contribution would indeed be similar to his. He would not allow this to happen. Elder Wang must be joking. I personally saw it. It was a senior with unfathomable cultivation who killed this person and threw his body to the side before leaving. I didn't expect you to cut off this person's head and bring it here to pass it off. This is the third watch. What watch is it today? If I want to fulfill my promise, I can't do 85, But if I can't even do 80, what right do I have to ask everyone to give me a guaranteed monthly pass for October? If I can't do 80, I'll write my name backwards. This is the 77th watch of the month. There's still 3 more. I'm going all out. Chapter 1873. Lu Wenran didn't reveal any thoughts as he slowly spoke. With his identity, he shouldn't have said such words, but for the soul armor, he had to slander Wang Lin. This was because the last step of fusing with the soul armor required the participation of everyone here. Only when a majority of the cultivators here approved of him would he be able to pass their thoughts onto the heavenly bull soul they summoned with their blood. This would allow him to fuse with the soul armor. Once it was fused, it would be very different. There would be no need to consider anyone else's thoughts. Elder Wang, I didn't expect you to be like this. With your cultivation, how could you kill a void turbulent cultivator? It's fine if you couldn't kill him, and it's fine if you hid on the battlefield and didn't want to take risks. No one would say anything about you, even though many people in the Third Meridian have become heroic souls. Although they died honorably. I won't forget them. No one here will forget them. The Heavenly Bull Continent won't forget them. If you put the head away and leave this place, I can pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise, just based on the fact that you played around with us and tried to pass off the credit, I can kill you without even asking the Patriarch. Because your actions aren't insulting me, but insulting the nearly 10,000 heroic souls that died, and insulting our cultivators. Lu Wenran's voice contained a strange force as he stared at Wang Lin and roared. He was very excited. Just like his words, his anger toward Wang Lin's insulting actions had reached a limit. However, he was still restraining himself as if he was in pain. After he spoke, the uproar caused by Wang Lin taking out Lu Ziyuan's head was extinguished. This caused the more than 1,000 cultivators below to become silent and ponder. Many of them looked at Wang Lin with contempt and anger. Elder Lu's words are true. This person definitely doesn't have that kind of cultivation. He must have used the head to fake it. This kind of person is really shameless. There is no anchor. With Elder Lu's identity and cultivation, how could he speak nonsense? He personally saw someone else act, so it shouldn't be wrong. Something is not right. If Elder Lu had seen it before, why did he only say it now? Amidst the uproar, only the void, turbulent cultivators had their own judgments. They calmly looked at Wang Lin and Lu Wenran. Hearing Lu Wenran's words, Wang Lin shook his head. There was a trace of mockery in his gaze as he looked at Lu Wenran. There was a smile that was not a smile on his face, as if he did not care at all. When Lu Wenran saw Wang Lin's expression and gaze, God D's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he had thought it through. He knew that once he said this, the other party would not be able to produce any real evidence. Unless it was a primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Lu Wenran was no longer worried. Although he hadn't seen the scene of Lu Ziyuan's death, he had clearly sensed the aura and impact of God Qi's collapse before Lu Ziyuan's death. It was impossible for Xian Fang to have a primordial spirit, so he had long since died. If I take out his head and you say I'm a fake, then look at this. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he no longer bothered with Lu Wenran. He waved his right hand, and a second head appeared next to Lu Ziyuan's head. This head belonged to the Green Devil Continent's early-stage, void, turbulent cultivator, Sudat Sai. Sudat Sai's head was in a sorry state. His dim eyes were filled with endless fear and resentment, and there were dried, brown blood marks on his orifices. The moment this head appeared, the entire underground palace became dead silent. Everyone's gazes locked onto this head. Even the 3 void, turbulent cultivators from the nearby sects suddenly stood up. It's him, Sudatsai. I fought him in the first battle. His spells are very fast, and ordinary cultivators are not his match at all. I was wondering why he didn't appear in the second battle. So he was killed by Elder Wang. The 3 of them gasped and looked at each other. They all saw the horror and shock in each other's eyes. Yen Lu's expression also changed, and she subconsciously got up. She stared at Su Ditsai's head with disbelief in her eyes. In her opinion, it was already very rare for Wang Lin to kill one, but now she saw a second. As for Su Dongda, his heart was pounding, and for the first time, a look of dread appeared in his eyes as he looked at Wang Lin. The reason why he had offered to help Lu Wenran was because he felt that Lu Wenran was being too pretentious. Deep down, he was already displeased, but now he felt that his words were extremely correct. If this Wang Lin was no longer qualified, then no one here was qualified. As for the old man named Zhou, his face was deathly pale. He clearly remembered that he didn't like Wang Lin and was very impolite. Now that he thought about it, he broke out in cold sweat. This fiend, he has the heads of 2 void turbulent cultivators. It is impossible for him to cut off the heads of all the void turbulent cultivators he killed. The more than 1,000 cultivators below silently pondered and then let out cries of shock and terror. The head of the high and mighty void turbulent cultivator was in Wang Lin's hand. This visual impact caused their hearts to tremble and their bodies to tremble. You can also say that you personally saw an unfathomable old man kill the first void turbulent cultivator from the Green Devil continent. I happened to see him and cut off his head. Then that unfathomable old man appeared while I was out patrolling and killed the second void turbulent cultivator. I happened to see him, so I cut off his head. Wang Lin slowly said as he looked at Lu Wenran, whose expression was rapidly changing. Lu Wenran's mind rumbled like a monstrous wave. He looked at Su Ditsai's head, and his scalp went numb. He looked at Wang Lin in terror. He didn't expect Wang Lin to kill 2 early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Even he had to pay great attention to someone with such cultivation. In particular, this Su Ditsai was very famous in the Green Devil continent. Even Lu Wenran had heard of him and knew that Su Ditsai's casting speed was extremely terrifying. In the first battle, when he fought Zhang Daozong, he recognized Su Ditsai's identity. After Wang Lin spoke, Lu Wenran's expression became a bit twisted, and he slowly said, "I didn't see the old man with unfathomable cultivation attack, but since he attacked once, it is likely he will attack a second time. As for the head being in your hands, I can only say that your luck is good." Su Ditsai's words were interrupted by Wang Lin's laughter. As Wang Lin laughed, he raised his left hand, and a ghost appeared in his left palm. This ghost let out a mournful roar, and it looked like Su Ditsai. "Lu Wenran, look at what this is." Wang Lin stared at Lu Wenran. When Lu Wenran saw the ghost, his face turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he had nothing to say. The moment Su Ditsai's ghost appeared, everything he had said before collapsed. "Fellow cultivator Zhou, don't waste time on how to enter the step of fusing with the armor." Wang Lin's gaze swept past the old man named Zhou. The old man's mind trembled, and he quickly nodded. At this moment, even Lu Wenran was speechless. Unless Lu Wenran was going to kill Wang Lin by force, the situation was set. Fellow Taoists, the final step of the soul armor fusion is to summon the soul of the heavenly bull with your blood and cultivation. You need to be able to use your wills. The armor will be able to fuse with whoever the majority of you choose. The old man named Zhou sure didn't directly choose anyone. This way, he wouldn't offend Lu Wenran too much. After he spoke, the surroundings became silent. Lu Wenran suddenly looked up, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Lin. He was weighing the gains and losses, but he was unwilling to give up just like this. "Audacious thief, you dare to pretend to get credit and insult the soul of a hero. You deserve to die." Lu Wenran clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He would not allow Wang Lin to obtain the armor. Otherwise, with the conflict and killing intent between him and Wang Lin, he would immediately be suppressed. There was no time to think about this. Lu Wenran was ready to go all out. If he dies, he won't be able to compete with me for the soul armor. At worst, I'll risk my life on the battlefield and then go back to the sect to be punished. I believe the ancestor won't kill me for a dead person. Lu Wenran let out a roar as he charged at Wang Lin at an extremely fast speed. Wang Lin was already on guard against this person. The moment Lu Wenran charged forward, he immediately retreated and raised his right hand. The first spell vein vortex formed by the rapid spell art rotated rapidly, giving Wang Lin a very fast casting speed. At the same time, the soul armor behind Wang Lin released an endless ghostly light. Due to the words of the old man named Zhou, the 1,000 cultivators below quickly revealed their wills and began to choose between Lu Wenran and Wang Lin. Cultivators of my extreme sky prairie, Elder Wang once saved my life. The old man hopes that you will choose him. A white-haired old man in the crowd looked at the sky with bright eyes and slowly said, due to his status in the extreme sky prairie, his words immediately caught the attention of some people here. Yin Luan clenched her teeth and charged toward Lu Wenran. She had made her choice. She was going to help Wang Lin. She was going to gamble. There was also Su Dongda. After hesitating for a bit, he also chose to make a move. Since he had already spoken, he wasn't afraid of offending Lu Jiran. This was the 4th update of the day and the 78th update of a month. No matter what, he had to complete his promise of at least 80 updates. If he was jealous, he wouldn't make random promises in the future. Chapter 1874. Lu Wenran was very fast. He had made up his mind that he had to kill Wang Lin. Even if he had to do it before everyone, he had to do it. He had already lost the initiative, so he had to succeed this time. His body flickered and he closed in. Wang Lin retreated 3 steps, and the moment he took the 3rd step, he waved his right hand. The underground palace rumbled and a 7-colored spear appeared. After the first 7-colored spear, a second 7-colored spear formed from his fire essence true body also appeared. The 2 7-colored spears shot toward Lu Wenran. At the same time, Wang Lin didn't stop at all and retreated once more. As his feet landed, he raised his hands, and the whirlpool in his body rotated rapidly. This caused Wang Lin's hands to move at a terrifying speed. At this speed, Wang Lin's cultivation also cycled rapidly. He used the same method as Su Ditsai and continued to use spells. His right hand formed a seal, and the war spirit print appeared. The 2 palm prints shot toward Lu Wenran one after the other. Shortly after, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal, and the world turned into a sea of fire. The realm-burning umbrella appeared, and the 2 umbrellas released monstrous flames. The 7-colored spear closed in on Lu Wenran first. He waved his sleeve and used his powerful cultivation to erupt with the power of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. The 2 7-colored spears collapsed, but the 2 war spirit prints collided with Lu Wenran. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Before Lu Wenran could react, the 2 realm-burning umbrellas appeared. The destructive fire shot toward Lu Wenran. Lu Wenran's pupil shrank. At this moment, he no longer doubted that Wang Lin had killed Su Ditsai. Aside from Su Ditsai, no one else could use spells at this speed. Only by killing Su Ditsai would he be able to find this method from Su Ditsai's memory. All of this was just the beginning. It was far from over. Wang Lin used the war spirit vein in his body to retreat, and his hands formed seals once more. The scene in the underground palace suddenly changed, and an illusory sea appeared. It was as if everything here had disappeared and turned into a boundless sea. The world was dark, and there was only a red line on the horizon. It was the rising sun. Sunder night. Wang Lin let out a roar and waved his hand. The red line expanded infinitely until a red sun appeared. The moment the sun appeared, it erupted with the power to tear the night apart. And on the other side of the blazing sun, another blazing sun appeared. After it appeared, it also erupted with the power of sundered night that tore through the night. Shortly after, 2 giant stone doors appeared above the sea. An ancient aura filled the air as if time was flowing and shrouded Lu Wenran's mind. All of this happened in an instant. In Wang Lin's many years of cultivation, he had never used so many spells in such a short period of time. However, this was far from over. The moment sundered night and flowing moon finished, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the war spirit vein in his body began to rapidly rotate. Call the wind, summon the rain, scatter the beans, and threaten the army. Collapse the mountains, and collapse the earth. Dark moon, clear skies. As Wang Lin waved his sleeve, two more dark moons appeared in the sky where the two suns had been. They formed a shadow that shrouded Lu Wenran and erupted with the power of the dark moon sex spell. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Lu Wenran resisted the war spirit print and was surrounded by the fire from the realm-burning umbrella. Then he was surrounded by sundered night, and time began to reverse. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and an angry roar echoed. All of Wang Lin's spells collapsed. The two enormous palm imprints exploded, as did the two realm-burning ancient umbrellas. Even the blazing sun in the sky and the sea were destroyed. In the end, the two enormous stone doors with flowing moons collapsed. Lu Wenran was in a sorry state. He had lost an arm and was already injured. In order to resist Wang Lin's spells, he had erupted with all his power. His face was pale as he charged at Wang Lin. However, with Wang Lin blocking him, Yin Lu and Su Dongda closed in to stop him. Scram! Lu Wenran's eyes were red from killing. When Yin Lu and Su Dongda closed in, he waved his sleeve and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood moved and turned into two blood-colored avatars that looked exactly like him. They charged at Yin Lu and Su Dongda. As for himself, he was filled with monstrous killing intent. He ignored his injuries and charged at Wang Lin. Die for me! As he let out a roar, Lu Wenran raised his hand and mercilessly grabbed the sky above the underground palace. A giant 9-gear appeared in his hand, and he mercilessly threw it at Wang Lin. The howls were ear-piercing and heaven-shaking as the 9-gear flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He already knew how powerful mid-stage void turbulent cultivators were. But in this place, he had to destroy the other party's plan. Otherwise, once Lu Wenran obtained the soul armor and his cultivation level increased greatly, he would be in danger. This was the only chance he had to become stronger, and he didn't want to miss it. Sometimes, in order to obtain something, one had to pay a certain price. One had to have extraordinary courage and gamble. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. He dared to gamble and could afford to gamble. He had never used a 3-life art before. He was gambling with 1 life. If he won, he would obtain good fortune. Even if he lost, he would still have 2 lives, and he would be able to flee as fast as he could. The moment the 9-gear closed in, Wang Lin felt death approaching. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and mercilessly clawed at the void before him. Heaven ripping! Wang Lin let out a roar, and his hands mercilessly tore the void to the side. The moment he tore the void, the 9-gear collided with the force of heaven ripping, creating a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin coughed out blood, and his body was knocked back. 4 of the teeth on the 9-gear had collapsed, but the remaining 5 teeth were like a blade of death that shot toward Wang Lin. In an instant, it was less than 30 feet from Wang Lin. It rotated rapidly and was extremely sharp, as if it wanted to split Wang Lin's body apart. It closed in on him at an extremely fast speed. Wang Lin felt intense pain all over his body, and his body felt like it was going to be split apart with the center between his eyebrows. The moment the rotating gear touched Wang Lin's body, he immediately coughed out a mist of blood. Lu Wenran laughed like crazy. He had already expected Wang Lin to die this time. He had even imagined Wang Lin's body being torn in half, and his origin soul collapsing. You're not qualified to be my enemy. Yin Lu and Su Dongda couldn't save him in time. Lu Wenran had spat out 2 mouthfuls of origin soul blood to create an avatar. Although he couldn't stop this avatar for too long, only a few breaths of time, Lu Wenran believed that if he used all his power and attacked at the expense of his cultivation, it would be enough. Die for me. Once you die, the soul armor will be mine. Lu Wenran let out a ferocious roar. He grinned as he saw Wang Lin's hands pressing down on the gear and his body rapidly retreating. Lu Wenran laughed like crazy. All the surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw this. Their hearts were filled with fear and terror. Lu Wenran looked like a stranger to them. Crazy. He is crazy. He killed Elder Wong before us. He must be planning to silence us. He has no scruples at all. If he obtains the soul armor, I fear he will turn around and kill us all. Then he will push all the blame to the Green Devil continent. The more than 1,000 cultivators on the ground all looked at the crazy Lu Wenran with fear in their eyes. Some of the cultivators that had chosen him even felt deep regret. Die, 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 die. Lu Wenran's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the underground palace. However, he suddenly stopped, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He saw that Wang Lin's retreating body wasn't split in half as he had imagined. As the blood scattered, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. Wang Lin's powerful body played a key role at this moment. At this moment, a lantern that gave off a gentle light appeared above Wang Lin's head. This light shrouded Wang Lin's body, causing his painful body to rapidly recover. Lu Wenran's eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw that Wang Lin didn't die as he had imagined, he immediately charged at Wang Lin. So what if your body is powerful? So what if you have a treasure to protect you? Die, die, die for me. With one step, Lu Wenran was less than 500 feet from Wang Lin. With his second step, he was less than 100 feet away. He raised his hand and was about to throw a palm. The heavenly bull soul armor in the distance suddenly gave off a dazzling light and turned into countless black threads that shot toward Lu Wenran. However, they flashed past him and went straight for Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin was surrounded by countless black threads and an indescribably powerful aura erupted. Lu Wenran was hit by this aura and coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. No, I'm going to fulfill my promise. I'm going to do it. I'm going all out, not for the monthly votes, really not for the monthly votes, just for the promise. At least 80 chapters. This is the 79th chapter. There's still one more chapter to go. Chapter 1875. Lu Wenran personally saw the countless black threads surrounding Wang Lin's body. As they rapidly gathered, Wang Lin's aura increased at a terrifying rate. This increase caused sweat to appear on his forehead and his mind to tremble. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear. There was also a crazy sense of jealousy. All of this should have belonged to him. This aura should have belonged to him. All of this should have belonged to him, Lu Wenran. With a thunderous bang, cracks appeared on the gear that Wang Lin was pressing down on. The gear immediately collapsed into countless pieces. Wang Lin's body seemed to move as the countless threads quickly weaved together to form a black armor. This armor covered Wang Lin's body and covered his neck and face, leaving only his closed eyes and white hair. A giant heavenly bull shadow appeared behind Wang Lin. This bull gave off an unyielding aura, and its eyes were also closed. Inside Wang Lin's body, his cultivation increased at a crazy rate. This was with the help of the heavenly bull armor. Although it was only temporary, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Wang Lin. His cultivation instantly reached the early stage of the arcane void realm, ignoring the fact that he was lacking a quintessence. He went from the early stage of arcane void to the mid-stage of arcane void in less than a breath. Shortly after, in even faster speed, thunderous rumbles echoed. His hair fluttered without any wind, and his aura reached the late stage of arcane void. It was still rising like crazy, and all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Lu Wenran startled, but Yin Lu, Su Dongda, and the three void, turbulent cultivators who hadn't attacked yet were all shocked. There was no need to mention the more than 1,000 cultivators below. They stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin and witnessed a miracle of obtaining the heavenly bull soul armor. We can't let him continue. Lu Wenran could sense the terror in his heart. Eyes bloodshot, he let out a howl of madness as he shot toward Wang Lin. Performing a single-handed incantation gesture, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base to slam into Wang Lin. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and the earth. Bursts of dazzling light from the spells fell on Wang Lin's body, but they couldn't shake Wang Lin in the slightest. Wang Lin even had his eyes closed, allowing Lu Wenran to unleash all kinds of divine abilities. This armor alone was enough to make Wang Lin invincible. It was enough to make it so that even if Lu Wenran self-destructed, he wouldn't be able to hurt Wang Lin at all. The more things went on like this, the more Lu Wenran was driven mad with jealousy. He roared and unleashed more divine abilities, but the result was the same. Take it off, it's mine. This soul armor is mine. Wang Lin, you'll die a horrible death for stealing it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lu Wenran didn't even realize that he had been bedeviled. With his cultivation base, something like this shouldn't have happened. All of this was because his expectations had been too high. The armor was clearly within his reach, but now he could only watch it vanish in a thin air. Even all his previous preparations had now become a wedding dress for someone else. He couldn't accept such a blow, and he didn't want to accept such a sudden turn of events. As far as he was concerned, Wang Lin was the culprit behind all of this, and his madness was all because of Wang Lin. However, that was what everyone else saw. Other than Wang Lin, no one knew that there was a white-robed woman weeping in Lu Wenran's mind. Since Wang Lin had made a move, he would do his best to calculate the outcome. Gue Fan's multi-layered illusion was secretly planted by him, without Lu Wenran noticing. Under Lu Wenran's crazy attacks, Wang Lin's aura rose once again. This time, it directly reached the peak of the arcane void realm and entered the arcane turbulent stage. This change was like an invisible blow that landed on Lu Wenran's mind. It almost made him cough out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed his divine abilities like crazy. I was in the Pill Sea, and you were in the Pill Sea. Why was I arranged to escape? But you caused the Pill Sea to explode and made a great contribution. If it was me, I could do it too. I was in the third meridian of the Heavenly Bull, and you were here. My cultivation base is higher than yours, so I'm older than you. This soul armor is mine, so what right do you have to steal it from me? Wang Lin's eyes were closed, and he still hadn't opened them. However, after entering the arcane turbulent stage, his aura increased greatly once more. 1 arcane turbulent, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. There was no arcane turbulent at all. In this extremely safe environment, Wang Lin's aura changed 9 times and increased 9 times. He went from the peak of arcane void to the true void turbulent realm. Early stage void turbulent. The moment Wang Lin's cultivation reached the early stage of void turbulent, he suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the giant heavenly bull shadow behind him also opened its eyes. It revealed a monstrous, killing intent and madness that could destroy the world. Roar! The heavenly bull projection raised its head and let out a roar that shook the underground palace, the earth, and the entire extreme sky prairie. It spread throughout the entire world. The expressions of the 6 mid-stage void, turbulent cultivators that were attacking the formation changed greatly when they heard this roar. The roar of the heavenly bull. This must be the roar of the heavenly bull. Only the heavenly bull of the heavenly bull continent can make my mind tremble with just one roar. I have heard a similar roar before. It was the roar of the green devil continent. This must be the heavenly bull. The expressions of the 6 of them changed, and a bad feeling appeared in their hearts. If they were like this, then there was no need to talk about the less than 2,000 green devil continent cultivators. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. That roar had almost caused their origin souls to collapse. In the underground palace, as the roar echoed, Wang Lin's eyes turned red. This red wasn't madness, but the heaven-defying resentment from the heavenly bull soul armor. You want to kill me? Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot without any emotion. They were filled with confusion. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Wenran, who had stopped attacking and was retreating with a pale face. "You want to kill me?" As Wang Lin muttered, he seemed to recover his memories and remembered everything that had happened. He raised his right hand and waved. With this wave, the world rumbled. Wang Lin's right hand turned into a heavenly bull and charged at Lu Wenran. With a thunderous bang, Lu Wenran let out a miserable scream and was knocked back like a kite with its string cut. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he wore the strange, black armor that covered his face. He stepped forward and instantly appeared before Lu Wenran. He didn't use any spells, he just kicked Lu Wenran. The moment he raised his foot, Wang Lin's right foot turned into the horn of the heavenly bull. With a bang, Lu Wenran let out a shrill scream of pain. His body collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. At the same time, his nascent soul quickly escaped. It was no longer filled with madness, but fear. At this moment, there was no trace of jealousy or madness. It was as if he had completely recovered from his madness and let out a scream of fear as he retreated. "I'm an elder of the Great Soul Sect. You can't kill me." Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he caught up. He casually waved his right hand, and Lu Wenran's origin soul exploded, losing the lower half of his body. "I'm a disciple of old Ancestor Green Bull. If you kill me, teacher won't let you go." After losing half of his body, even Lu Wenran's voice became weak. Filled with fear of death, he retreated like crazy. However, Wang Lin took another step and closed in. He waved his right hand, and Lu Wenran's origin soul rumbled. Half of his body collapsed, leaving only a head that could dissipate at any moment. "My status in the Great Soul Sect is extremely noble. His head continued to scream as he retreated. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He didn't want to die. As a mid-stage, void, turbulent cultivator, it was difficult for him to die. However, right now he felt the danger of death descend. "Don't kill me." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Lin appeared next to Lu Wenran's head wearing the terrifying black armor. His eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent as he smashed down with his palm. "I won't send you off." A heaven-shaking rumble rang out. As the palm descended, Lu Wenran's nascent divinity head exploded and vanished into thin air. Both his body and soul were destroyed. This was Wang Lin. He didn't care about the identity or background of the person he wanted to kill. He only knew that if he didn't kill Lu Wenran today, once the armor's effect was over and he recovered his original cultivation level, Lu Wenran wouldn't let him go. Since it was either you die or he die, Wang Lin naturally wouldn't care about Lu Wenran's identity. Even if this person was the son of the Celestial Emperor, Wang Lin was still going to kill him. At this moment, Wang Lin clearly felt the existence of power. Every move he made was filled with spells. This was a feeling he had never felt before. At this moment, essence was no longer important, because he could clearly feel that his essence had disappeared and had become a part of his bloodline. His body could be said to be completely condensed from the origin. His blood was the water origin, his eyes were the thunder origin, and his entire existence was the manifestation of the origin. That transformation was the result of the armor on his body. Right now, he felt as if he were no longer a cultivator, but a boundless heavenly bull that had been cultivating for countless years in outer space. Raising his head, Wang Lin coldly looked at the sky above the underground palace, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Zhang Daozong, Wang is here." Wang Lin's body flickered, and he fused with the heavenly bull behind him as he charged up. The 6th chapter. Today it was the 6th chapter. This chapter was the 80th chapter of the month. I did it. I did it. My fingers were numb, and my arms were trembling. I've written my limit today, so there will be some typos. Please forgive me. The monthly tickets for September have already become a reality. I worked so hard to fulfill my promise as an author and to the readers. October is here, and I want guaranteed monthly tickets. This is my only request today after being exhausted. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1876. On the surface of the extreme sky prairie, Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao were filled with uncertainty as they looked at the earth below them. They could clearly feel an extremely powerful aura rushing out from the depths of the earth. When they sensed this aura, they immediately felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if they had seen a giant heavenly bull awakening from the ground, roaring at the sky and charging toward the sky. The two of them weren't the only ones who felt this way. The four green devil messengers also had serious expressions as they stared at the earth and silently pondered. The four of them were chosen from countless children by the three old ancestors of the green devil continent. They were all extremely talented, and after reaching a certain level of cultivation, they were sent to the Green Devil Scorpion Temple to become servants of the Green Devil Scorpion. Over the countless years, there had been many messengers like them. However, due to repeated eliminations and deaths, only 9 people had obtained the approval of the Green Devil Scorpion. These 9 people were the Green Devil Messengers of the Green Devil Continent. They were the inheritors of the will of the Green Devil Scorpion that was suppressed under the Green Devil Continent. It was because of this that they felt this aura even more clearly than Zhang Daozong and company on the extreme sky prairie. The roar and pressure coming from underground were like a messenger that had obtained the approval of the heavenly bull soul. The ground trembled even more violently, and muffled rumbling sounds reverberated through the world. Countless green grasses collapsed, turning into a green powder that was swept up by the wind and covered the surroundings like fog. Zhang Daozong's heart skipped a beat, and he was the first to fly up. Behind him was the old man named Zhao. However, the 4 green devil messengers had serious expressions and didn't fly up. Instead, they quickly scattered and sat down in 4 different directions. Their hands formed seals, and they let out roars. As they roared, a large amount of green fog appeared out of thin air behind the 4 of them. The fog tumbled rapidly and instantly turned into 4 green scorpions. The expressions of the 4 green scorpions were extremely ferocious. Once they appeared, they let out sharp hisses and charged toward the ground. Immediately after, the 4 of them bit the tip of their tongues and spat out blood. They pressed their hands to the ground and closed their eyes. At the same time, green gas as thick as an arm shot into the sky from the top of their heads. 4 streams of green gas gathered in the sky and turned into a huge green mirror. Although the mirror was illusory, it gave off devilish flames. When Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao saw the green mirror, their eyes were filled with fanaticism. As the green gas swept through the mirror, it turned into a continent. There were not many mountains on the continent, and most of the land was covered in swamps. Even some of the cities in the mortal world stood tall in the swamps. It was a very strange sight. The entire continent seemed to be slightly smaller than the longhorn beetle, only about 70% of it. However, the swamp chi that it gave off permeated the world, making the entire continent seem like a hazy dream. The world inside the mirror was the Green Devil Continent. As the 4 green devil messengers roared, the mirror slowly descended and shrouded the ground between the 4 of them. It covered the entire extreme sky prairie, forming a suppressive force. Deep underground, Wang Lin fused with the heavenly bull behind him and continued to rush out. The underground palace was behind him. He had no intention of becoming a hero. What he was doing wasn't for the heavenly bull continent, but for the 3 conditions. However, Wang Lin was reasonable. His soul armor had gathered the cultivation and blood of more than 1,000 cultivators below. As a result, he couldn't leave alone. At the very least, he had to send these people to a safe place before leaving. Now he was going to rush out and kill 3 mid-stage void tribulent old monsters to complete the second mission old ancestor Green Bull had given him. As he rushed forward, Wang Lin's face was covered by the dark armor, revealing only his cold eyes and snow-white hair. He moved very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was less than 1,000 feet from the ground. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He clearly felt four auras that were very familiar but extremely disgusting to him suddenly appear and charge at him. Vaguely, he seemed to see four green scorpions whizzing towards him from all directions. Wang Lin felt a sense of disgust and hatred toward these four green scorpions. He understood that this feeling didn't come from him, but from the heavenly bull's soul. It was obvious that the heavenly bull and the scorpions knew each other countless years ago before they were suppressed by the celestial ancestor. Or it could be said that they were once mortal enemies. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body suddenly stopped. The heavenly bull shadow around him disappeared, leaving only Wang Lin deep underground. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised his foot. He didn't charge out of the ground, but changed directions toward the west. With one step, Wang Lin's body moved like lightning and disappeared. When he reappeared, there was green gas and a green scorpion charged at Wang Lin. Before the scorpion got close, it waved its tail and a shadow appeared. The scorpion tail whipped toward Wang Lin like a whip. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he raised his hand. He didn't even look at the scorpion tail whip as he grabbed the ground before him. Heaven ripping. With his early-stage, void, turbulent cultivation, he fused the ancient Dao power in his body together to form a spell that was no longer part of Dao Ji's spell. As Wang Lin's hand tore the ground, the earth rumbled and a giant crack appeared before Wang Lin. The crack suddenly tore open toward the scorpion. In the blink of an eye, the fissure expanded to a boundless size, closing in on the scorpion tail. The tail trembled and then collapsed with a boom. At the same time, the huge fissure swept past the green scorpion's body and headed for the surface of the earth, causing a huge boom to shake heaven and earth. As the extreme sky grass trembled violently, the earth to the west suddenly exploded. A giant crack that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide suddenly appeared. The ground trembled, and the moment the crack appeared, a wave of green smoke spread out. With a shrill howl, the smoke dissipated into thin air. One of the four green devil messengers sitting on the ground suddenly turned pale and coughed out blood. After killing a green devil scorpion soul with one heaven ripping, Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he turned around. He saw three rays of green gas closing in from three different directions. There were three scorpions of the same size, closing in with monstrous ferocity. I wonder if I can use the seven-colored lance with my current cultivation level. Can it be as powerful as the seven-colored celestial sovereign at his peak? Looking at the three incoming scorpions, battle intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step forward, and the moment his foot landed, the depths of the ground rumbled, as if it could not bear the weight of his footsteps. He raised his right hand, and with a wave, he unleashed the seven-colored spear at an extremely fast speed. This casting speed wasn't much faster than before he put on the armor, but in truth, it was several times faster than an ordinary cultivator. He waved his hand, and seven-colored light filled the world. A seven-colored lance condensed before Wang Lin. The moment the lance appeared, it gave off a destructive aura. This aura was extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. The seven-colored light on the spear suddenly changed. As the seven-colored light gathered, it turned into a black color. Red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. There was no black. However, at this moment, the seven-colored lance had become extremely black and was filled with monstrous killing intent. This was the true seven-colored lance. Only when one's cultivation reached a certain level would they be able to display its full power and form the first seven-colored lance. Wang Lin raised his hand and grabbed the lance that had turned black after the first seven-colored lance. The moment he grabbed it, the lance trembled and the black light was blinding. Then it turned white. This was the second seven-colored lance. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he threw the lance. A thunderous rumble echoed as the second seven-colored lance turned white and charged at one of the three scorpions. As the white spear roared forward, its color changed once more. It turned from white to gray. This was the third seven-colored lance. This was the strongest transformation the seven-colored celestial sovereign could use when he was at his peak. The third seven-colored lance was surrounded by gray gas and closed in on one of the scorpions. The scorpion had a ferocious expression and let out a sharp roar as it spat out a large amount of green gas that collided with the seven-colored lance. Loud rumbles echoed in the depths of the ground. As the earth trembled, a storm formed at the spot where the explosion occurred. It caused the ground of the extreme sky prairie above to collapse, and the impact kicked up a large amount of dirt and grass that charged into the sky. Unfortunately, this soul armor only increases my cultivation level, and it doesn't increase according to my body. Instead, it increases according to the aura of the heavenly bull. Otherwise, if I reach the early stage of void tribulant and completed my 9 essences, I would be able to form 9 essence true bodies. If I used that 7-colored spear, 9 spears would appear, and I would be able to destroy those 3 scorpions in one go. Wang Lin secretly shook his head. This soul armor was, after all, an external object. Although it was powerful, it didn't belong to him. There are still 2 scorpions left. I can test my other spells to see how powerful they are. I can use them to determine if I need to continue controlling them. Today was the first night watch. During the period of double monthly votes, he urgently needed monthly votes. Chapter 1877. Wang Lin made up his mind and suddenly turned around. The 2 green scorpions before him had gloomy expressions, but there was a hidden sense of fear in their eyes. At this moment, they didn't move forward but quickly retreated back to the ground. Wang Lin's strength was beyond the expectations of the 4 green devil messengers. They didn't expect Wang Lin to be so powerful after obtaining the recognition of the heavenly bull. This kind of cultivation was enough to kill mid-stage void tribulent cultivators and was infinitely close to the late stage of void tribulent. This is indeed worthy of being the immortal astral continent. If I had this heavenly bull soul armor in the cave world, then whether it was the 7-colored Taoist or the old devil Jean, no one would be my match. Wang Lin felt melancholy. In such a strange, immortal astral continent, there must be a way to awaken Wan Air. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at the 2 scorpions quickly retreat. He sneered and charged forward to chase after them. The 2 scorpions escaped quickly, but Wang Lin was even faster. With one step, the earth trembled and he closed in. He raised his right hand, and his eyes revealed a strange light. War Spirit Print. As he spoke, Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward. With this, the sky above the extreme sky prairie immediately changed color. The clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated, and even the light was completely expelled. A huge palm print that was as big as the entire extreme sky prairie appeared. Its thickness was immeasurable, and it was impossible to see through it. The palm imprint materialized and descended toward the ground. It covered the sun and replaced the sky. It was as if a giant had opened his hand and slammed it toward the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it approached. When it was halfway down, it was still impossible to see the thickness of the palm print. This palm was heaven-shaking. But what was strange was that this seemingly ordinary palm print with clear fingerprints suddenly had countless fine cracks appear on it as it sank down. It was as if the veil that was originally wrapped around it had reached the limit of the spell, so the seal could no longer exist and suddenly collapsed. After it collapsed, the huge palm print that appeared in the sky was about the same size, but its appearance was completely different. This palm print was no longer 5 fingers, but 6. The extra finger was crimson in color and had extremely long fingernails. It was a ghastly sight and was completely different from the other 5 fingers. The other 5 fingers and the palm were black, which was a stark contrast to the bright red finger. From the looks of it, this palm print seemed to be a fusion of the Tao and the devil. The 6th finger was like a devil's finger. on the extreme sky prairie. The remaining 1,000 or so green devil continent cultivators were filled with fear as they stared at the sky. Their bodies trembled violently, and a sense of despair appeared in their hearts. There were also the two early-stage, void, turbulent female cultivators, and their hearts trembled. The moment they saw the palm print, they didn't hesitate to use their strongest defensive spells and treasures. At this moment, they simply did not have the time to care about others. The only thought in their minds was how to protect themselves from this terrifying palm strike. Zhang Daozong was dumbfounded as he looked at the giant palm print with disbelief in his eyes. Devil Dao Grand Palm. This is the Devil Dao Grand Palm, and it is the Devil Dao Grand Palm with the sixth finger. This is the highest spell of my Devil Dao sect, a secret that can't be passed down. This spell can only be mastered by the sect master of each generation. Ordinary people can't learn it, much less pass it down. This Wang Lin, how does he know this palm print? There was also the old man named Zhao, and his eyes were filled with shock. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeves, and his body turned ethereal. His hands quickly formed seals, and he continued to use defensive spells. In an instant, the palm print smashed down on the extreme sky prairie. The more than 1,000 green devil continent cultivators didn't have any ability to resist at all. They were the first to die before the palm print landed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. One palm to kill 1,000 people. Even Wang Lin was startled by this terrifying power. This wasn't the end. The two early-stage void, turbulent women used all their spells and treasures, but they coughed out blood when the palm landed. Although they didn't die, they were seriously injured. Their organs had collapsed, and they only had a mouthful of origin energy left to hold on. However, they didn't last long before their bodies exploded, leaving only their origin souls. Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao also coughed out blood, and their faces turned pale. Below them, the four green devil messengers trembled, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. However, due to the green mirror above them, they weren't seriously injured. However, the two green devil scorpions below them couldn't withstand it. When the palm landed on the earth, it created a terrifying shockwave that echoed across the earth. The two scorpions let out mournful cries as their bodies exploded before Wang Lin. This is the real war spirit print. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he charged toward the earth. He was very fast and closed in on the surface in the blink of an eye. This caused the earth of the extreme sky prairie to tremble. Just as he was about to rush out, fear appeared on the cold faces of the two green demon messengers who spat out blood after the death of the two scorpions. We can't let him come up. The four of them roared almost at the same time. As green devil messengers, they could communicate with each other. At this moment, their minds were filled with fear. As they roared, they pressed their hands on the ground and mercilessly dropped their heads. With a bang, their foreheads hit the ground. This action was like a bow. However, it was precisely this kind of bow that caused the green mirror above them to let out a sharp whistling sound and land on the ground. The moment it landed, the mirror spread out endlessly and instantly covered the entire extreme sky meadow. Green Devil Scorpion Soul, please suppress this person. The four of them spoke at the same time, and their voices echoed in the world. After the mirror landed on the ground, the entire extreme sky prairie suddenly changed. The prairie disappeared, and the land turned into countless swamps. Even the mountains around the prairie disappeared. Everything here had become the world of the Green Devil continent. Whether it was an illusion or real, at this moment, the extreme sky prairie disappeared from the Heavenly Bull continent and appeared on the Green Devil continent. It didn't disappear, but due to the existence of the mirror, a projection of the entire Green Devil continent had descended on the extreme sky prairie, using this projection to suppress the Green Devil continent. There was also Zhang Daozong and the old man named Zhao, along with the two female cultivators' origin souls struggling against the war spirit print. They all desperately descended to the surface of the swamp and used their full cultivation to cooperate with the four green devil messengers to suppress the green devil scorpion. They understood that if they couldn't suppress Wang Lin, who had obtained the recognition of the heavenly bull, what awaited them would be a terrifying scene. A green devil messenger roared. The heavenly bull messengers of the heavenly bull continent have a different method of obtaining power from us. They can exchange for peak power, but it is only temporary. I don't know how long it will be, but it won't be too long. As long as we suppress him until he recovers, we can kill him. As he roared, Zhang Daozong and company seemed to gain unlimited power and hope. They spread out their cultivation like crazy to suppress the green devil scorpion. The earth rumbled and popping sounds echoed. Every rumble caused everyone's faces to turn a bit more pale. Wang Lin continued to bombard the sky from underground. He wanted to break the suppression of the green devil continent's projection and rush out. Realm burning ancient umbrella. Wang Lin waved his hand inside the black armor, and countless restrictions appeared. A giant fire umbrella appeared in the sky above the green devil continent's projection. The moment the umbrella opened, a monstrous sea of fire descended, as if it wanted to burn the projection and the world. The two early-stage void, turbulent female origin souls let out miserable screams, but they clenched their teeth and took out their life treasures. They joined forces and used their power to resist. The realm-burning ancient umbrella didn't change like the seven-colored spear and the war spirit print. It was still the same as when Wang Lin used it before, but it was a lot more powerful. However, it was still a bit weaker than the seven-colored spear and war spirit print. This spell looks very powerful, but in truth, even that madman only learned a bit of it. Even with my current cultivation level, I can't display its true power. Or rather, this spell isn't as powerful as I imagined. This is the limit, Wang Lin thought to himself. Then next, I'm going to try the spell I created. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he waved his right hand above the earth. Immediately, the land in front of him became blurry. It was replaced by a sea with monstrous waves. This scene was the same in the eyes of the green demon envoy and the other three. The sea water crazily spread apart, and the fire umbrella in the sky suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by darkness. This darkness gave off endless coldness, and gusts of cold wind swept by, drowning Zhang Daozong and company. In the darkness of the east, a golden red line suddenly appeared. A rising sun slowly appeared, containing an extremely dense power of the absolute beginning law. In the dark east, a golden red line suddenly appeared. This power could tear apart all darkness. It could destroy all the night in the world. At the beginning, Wang Lin was still ignorant about this power. When he first created it, it was only by chance. However, right now he saw a shocking scene appear inside the sun. This scene caused him to freeze on the spot. Today's second watch, 100 more monthly votes. Chapter 1878. The blazing sun in the darkness emitted the power of absolute beginning. The power that could tear apart the night contained an indescribable aura. This aura belonged to Wang Lin, so this technique was created by Wang Lin himself. But even though it belonged to Wang Lin couldn't figure out what this aura was. He only felt that this aura was the foundation of the sundered night technique, the origin of the power of absolute beginning. Or rather, it was the manifestation of Wang Lin's conviction. This conviction was the conviction to tear apart the night, the conviction to break through the ordinary, and the will to defy the heavens. If the night was seen as layers of restraints pressing down on one's body, if the night was seen as the rules of the world and humans were seen as ants, if the night was seen as countless mountains descending on Wang Lin's body, then this power that tore apart the night was the true defiance and resistance. If one didn't have the will to defy the heavens, they wouldn't have been able to create such a theurgy. If one didn't have the will to not give up, they wouldn't have been able to create such a theurgy. At first, Wang Lin didn't understand, But the instant he saw the aura within the blazing sun, he vaguely understood why he could create this sundered night. Because he was unwilling to part with Lim Yuan. He wasn't willing to give up on Lim Yuan. For Lim Yuan, he was going to tear apart the night that covered his world. For Lim Yuan, he was going to make the night unable to cover his eyes. This was sundered night. This was the theurgy that he, Wang Lin, had created for Lim Yuan. Even though this theurgy had nothing to do with Lim Yuan from its creation until now. In Wang Lin's heart, his Dao heart, his everything, and his obsession were all clearly expressed in this first theurgy he had created. In the aura of the blazing sun, he vaguely thought of his Wan heir. Fighting people, fighting beasts, fighting the earth, fighting the heavens, fighting the stars, fighting all things, fighting the immortal astral continent. All of this was because of the darkness. Wang Lin only did one thing in his life. He tore apart the layers of darkness that covered his eyes and searched for the light after the darkness. This was Qinyi. Wang Lin couldn't understand it before, and he was also confused about it. However, with the help of the soul armor and his current cultivation, he could vaguely understand the sundered night technique. This was the first spiritual art he had created, and also the only one that truly contained Wang Lin's own beliefs. It had accompanied his soul for his entire life, fused together, and formed a mystique that surpassed Dao techniques. This spell had completely fused with his body, with his life, and with his beliefs. Wang Lin didn't know what to call this spell, but Zhang Daozong and the others knew. The moment the world was submerged by the sea and the blazing sun appeared in the darkness, Zhang Daozong and the others' gazes were focused on the only light in the darkness. When they saw the blazing sun and faintly felt an indescribable aura, Zhang Daozong's expression changed greatly. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The appearance of the blazing sun and the mysterious aura made it feel like a million bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. This aura is... Zhang Daozong's face instantly turned pale without the slightest trace of blood, and his eyes were filled with terror. There was also the old man named Zhao. He stared dumbfoundedly at the very faint but tenacious aura inside the blazing sun. It was as if he had forgotten to breathe, and his eyes were filled with monstrous fear and shock. This kind of shock was even more shocking than if all the cultivators in the heavenly bull continent had died in one night. This is impossible. This is impossible. Could he be a reincarnation? Aside from the two of them, the other two early-stage void, turbulent female cultivators were only shocked by this aura, but they didn't lose their composure like Zhang Daozong and the other old man. They didn't understand what this aura represented. They did not understand. But the expressions of the four green devil emissaries changed abruptly the moment they saw the blazing sun. They became extremely ugly, and fear and extreme palpitation appeared on their faces. This is a faith spell. It's beyond spells and Taoist spells. Only a Grand Empyrean can use a faith spell. It can't be anchored. This is a faith spell. Once the faith contained in that blazing sun reaches a certain level, it will become the most powerful of all divine abilities. It is a faith art that is even more difficult to obtain than Tao techniques. Faith spells can only be mastered by the 9 Grand Empyreans. Rumor has it that faith spells can't be passed down or passed down. Every faith spell is created by a Grand Empyrean. Who the hell is this person? How could he use a faith spell? Although there isn't much faith, it does exist. After Tao techniques, the power of faith arts was indescribable. This kind of mystique required faith, but it was not the kind of will that was like the origin of fire. Instead, it had to be formed from one's own experience and persistence. It could be seen as the final transformation of the will. Will and faith were completely different. They were like the gap between the heavens and earth. Only when one's will was strong enough could it become a faith. A persistence, a faith that would never look back. This faith wasn't just flames, but faith in oneself, faith in everything one did, and faith that one could accomplish it. Domain, essence, faith. When one's domain reached a limit, it could give birth to the corresponding essence. When this essence reached a limit, it could turn into an essence true body. If this essence true body contained will, it could transform into a true God. The so-called true God was because the existence of will replaced everything. However, even so, it was extremely difficult to change and reach true perfection. This perfection was the birth of faith. Spells, Tao spells, faith spells. These three different spells corresponded to the two transformations of one's domain. Spells corresponded to their domain. Tao spells corresponded to their essences, and faith spells corresponded to their faith. However, since ancient times, only the 9 Grand Empyreans had reached this last level. Everyone else could only look up from below. Sundered Night was created by Wang Lin, and it contained his life of tearing open the night. Why could a Grand Empyrean materialize spells? It was because of their powerful faith that they could create something out of nothing. Creating something out of nothing was the foundation of all Grand Empyrean spells. Wang Lin was inside the earth, and his eyes were closed, but he could see everything outside. At this moment, he seemed to exist within the sun, as if he had become the embodiment of that aura. He could see the sea below, the people covered in darkness, and their horrified expressions. I believe that all of you are part of the dark night. I believe that all of you are part of what is stopping me from moving forward. I believe that when the sun rises into the sky, all of you will dissipate with the dark night. I believe that after the dark night, there will be the light I have been searching for thousands of years. I believe that the light must exist. It must. I believe. My hair is no longer black. The dark night gave me black hair, but it represents the light. My eyes are no longer black. They contain fire and thunder, as well as the rule-like restriction. The night gave me black eyes, but the fire will burn the night. The thunder will illuminate the night, and the restriction will break the rules. I want to use my eyes to see the light. Wang Lin muttered. His voice echoed across the sea and entered the hearts of the green devil messenger, Zhang Daozong, the old man named Zhao, and the 2 female origin souls. This voice was like the Tao scripture from the past, but at this moment, it was Wang Lin's faith. Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the sun at the end of the sea released a blinding light. This light spread endlessly and contained Wang Lin's faith. It was the faith to dispel the darkness and find the light. It was the faith to go against the heavens and tear open the night to resurrect Lim Yuan. It was the unyielding faith of his soul. This was his first faith spell. The blackness in the sky suddenly vanished like smoke, and the seawater also vanished. The origin souls of the 2 early-stage void, turbulent women didn't let out any miserable screams but smiled. It was as if they had been infected by Wang Lin's faith. As the light tore open the night, they were freed and found their light. Their bodies and souls were destroyed with a smile. The old man named Zhao trembled, and his body was torn apart. His flesh and blood disappeared along with the darkness. His origin soul trembled and struggled as the darkness dissipated. It let out bursts of roars. He was unwilling to die like this. He was a mid-stage void, turbulent cultivator. Although he had left an independent avatar in the Green Devil continent, and although the death of his original body wouldn't make him truly extinct, he was still unwilling. However, under this faith spell, his struggle didn't last for long. He revealed a smile, closed his eyes, and dissipated. As for Zhang Daozong, his cultivation level was slightly higher than the old man named Zhao's. His body collapsed, and his origin soul let out a miserable scream. He quickly retreated and spat out a jade pendant hidden in his origin soul. The jade pendant gave off a gentle light, and after blocking the attack for a moment, the jade pendant shattered. Zhang Daozong's eyes were filled with despair. He had never cultivated an avatar in his life and had relied on his own celestial energy. At this moment, under Wang Lin's faith spell, his origin soul gradually dissipated, but it wasn't destroyed. Instead, it condensed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. As he charged out, he gradually lost consciousness, but he was barely able to escape due to the faith spell. The sound of mirrors shattering echoed. The green devil mirrors formed by the 4 green devil messengers suddenly collapsed, and the projection of the green devil continent immediately disintegrated. The earth trembled, and everything returned to normal. It was still the extreme sky prairie. The 4 green devil messengers coughed out blood and quickly retreated. As they retreated, the black-armored Wang Lin walked out from the earth. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and a terrifying aura surrounded his body. Being all alone by myself. How miserable! Chapter 1879. The 4 green devil messengers were filled with fear as they tumbled into the air. The 4 of them looked at each other and didn't hesitate to escape in 4 different directions. As they scattered, the 4 of them used different spells. 2 of them took out magic treasures. One was a green paper crane, and the other was a white horsetail whisk. The 2 of them stepped on their magic treasures and charged away at full speed. As for the other 2 green devil messengers, one of them bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. His body gave off a dazzling green light that fused with the blood and instantly moved 5,000 kilometers. The last green devil messenger's hands formed a seal, and his body began to rotate. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a tornado that seemed to connect to the heavens and earth. He quickly escaped into the distance. The 4 of them used different methods, but their speeds were all the same. The moment Wang Lin walked out from the depths of the earth, the 4 of them had disappeared without a trace. However, how could Wang Lin let them escape? He still had to complete the 3 requests from Ancestor Greenbull on these 4 people. At this moment, he raised his head, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wang Lin took a step toward the east. Ripples echoed under his feet, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right before the green devil messenger that had turned into a tornado. Ripples echoed, and the moment Wang Lin reappeared, he raised his right hand and threw a punch with the power of thunder. With this punch, the world rumbled, and Wang Lin's palm was replaced by thunder. It gave off a dazzling flash of lightning and turned into a ball of thunder. There was a large amount of lightning around the edge of the ball, making it look shocking. The ball of thunder moved at an extremely fast speed and collided with the green devil messenger that had turned into a tornado. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the world. The moment the ball of thunder touched the tornado, it collapsed. The endless lightning turned into a large net that destroyed the tornado and shrouded the terrified green devil messenger. Crackling sounds echoed. The green devil messenger coughed out blood and let out a miserable scream. His body was completely shrouded by the net of thunder and was pressed down on the ground. This scene was very shocking from afar. The lightning net was like a spider web that wrapped around the green devil emissary. In an instant, it firmly pressed the green devil emissary's body to the ground and sealed him. The moment Wang Lin used the net of thunder, Wang Lin's body trembled and his aura weakened. Wang Lin vaguely understood that this was a sign that the time he could wear the soul armor was about to end. After sealing the green devil messenger with the thunder net, no matter how much he struggled, he wouldn't be able to break free in a short period of time. Wang Lin had used his early-stage void tribulent cultivation to fuse his thunder essence and restriction essence to seal the thunder net. Without hesitation, he took another step toward the west. As soon as his foot landed, his figure instantly vanished. In the western part of the extreme sky prairie, the other green devil messenger was sitting on a paper crane with a pale face. He was escaping at full speed like crazy. From his point of view, the scene just now was too terrifying. They had come here to execute the mission the old ancestor had given them, to kill Wang Lin. Even though an accident had occurred and Wang Lin obtained the heavenly bull soul armor, he was only serious and not too afraid. After all, he knew that the soul armor formed by the heavenly bull had a time limit. However, when he saw Wang Lin use the faith spell, he suddenly understood that this person was not simple. The faith spell that only Grand Empyreans can use, he can actually use it. This matter is very important. I must escape and report this to the old ancestor. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, his pupils shrank. There was a ripple in the void before him, and Wang Lin stepped out. "Stay here." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment he appeared, he raised his right hand, and his 8 essences turned into 8 blurry lines that quickly gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, they fused into a fist-sized ball. His cultivation level was raised to the early stage of void turbulent by the soul armor. He used his powerful cultivation to condense his essences and threw them at the green devil messenger. The ball formed by the fusion of the 8 essences silently shot toward the green devil messenger. The expression of the green devil messenger changed greatly. His hands formed a seal, and he pressed down at the sky. "Green devil body." His voice was sharp and filled with endless terror. As he spoke, a monstrous green light surrounded his body and collided with the ball of essences. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's body moved forward, and there was a flash of blood light in his hand. The blood sword appeared and fused with his early-stage void turbulent cultivation. It turned into a shocking ray of blood light and slashed down. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the green devil messenger's body was covered in green light. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows, and his body was split in half. Even his origin soul died. The blood sword trembled in Wang Lin's hand. It absorbed a portion of the green devil messenger's blood and let out a sharp sword him. It had killed many celestials, but after falling into Wang Lin's hands, this was the person with the highest cultivation level it had killed. The moment the green devil messenger died, the heavenly bull's soul appeared around Wang Lin's body. The heavenly bull's soul let out a roar filled with excitement. It was as if Wang Lin killing the green devil messenger was a joyous matter for the heavenly bull. The moment the soul of the heavenly bull appeared, it let out a roar and inhaled toward the dead green devil messenger. A wisp of green gas turned into the shape of a scorpion and was devoured by the heavenly bull. Wang Lin was startled, but he didn't stop at all. He raised his foot and disappeared. In the north, the green devil messenger, who had coughed out blood and was escaping using the blood escape technique, continued to cough out blood as he fled. As a result, his speed became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The moment Wang Lin's body appeared, he only saw an afterimage flash before disappearing. When he turned around, Wang Lin had already turned into a green that gradually became blurry. The void turbulent aura around Wang Lin became even more unstable and showed signs of falling back to the arcane turbulent. His eyes lit up, and he stared at the direction the 3rd green devil messenger escaped to. He raised his right hand and pointed in that direction. "Stop!" A roar came from Wang Lin's mouth. With this point of his finger, the entire world seemed to darken. It was as if a mysterious force had charged in and froze everything. This included the 3rd green devil messenger that was far away from Wang Lin. His body trembled, and he suddenly stopped. The moment his body stopped, there was a flash of bloodlight, and the blood sword closed in. There was a thunderous bang, and the green devil messenger's body collapsed. The heavenly bull soul appeared around Wang Lin and quickly devoured the strand of green gas the green devil messenger released. After sealing 1 person and killing 2, Wang Lin's aura rapidly fell to the level of a 3rd or 4th arcane turbulent cultivator. He looked to the south where the last green devil messenger had escaped to. After pondering for a few breaths, he gave up on the chase and charged toward the 1st green devil messenger sealed by thunder. A moment later, the heavenly bull's excited roar came for where the 1st green devil messenger was sealed. It had devoured the green gas released by the deaths of 3 green devil messengers. This green gas was a great tonic for the heavenly bull. There was also the blood sword. After killing 3 mid-stage void, turbulent green devil messengers, the blood light around it became even stronger. One could vaguely see several ancient runes appear on the blade. Those runes didn't belong to cultivators, they belonged to the ancient clan. Standing on the ground, Wang Lin's white hair fluttered and his cultivation level fell once more to the mid-stage of arcane void. He looked tired as he fused with the earth and charged toward the underground palace. Along the way, his cultivation level fell once more to the early stage of arcane void. When he entered the underground palace, his cultivation level returned to normal and was still at the late stage of spirit void. The heavenly bull soul armor seemed to melt from his body, turning into countless black threads that wrapped around his body. In the end, they gathered on the right side of his face, turning into a black heavenly bull totem. The totem flashed, giving Wang Lin a strange feeling. The moment he stepped into the underground palace, his feet trembled and a powerful sense of weakness appeared in his body. It was as if he had lost his cultivation and become immortal. The more than 1,000 cultivators, including Yin Lu and company, all looked over with worry in their eyes. They couldn't see what was happening outside the underground palace and could only wait anxiously for the result. 6 mid-stage void, turbulent old monsters. 2 escaped and 3 died. Wang Lin didn't know if the old man named Zhao had an avatar or not, but he hadn't killed him at close range, so he didn't mention it. 2 early-stage void, turbulent cultivators died. Aside from them, all the Green Devil Continent cultivators on the Extreme Sky Prairie have been killed. Wang Lin only said these 3 sentences before his face turned pale. He turned into a ray of light and returned to his cave. He summoned EC and sealed the cave with restrictions. He sat down in the lotus position and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He didn't pay any attention to the cultivators outside the cave that had become dead silent because of those 3 sentences. The cultivators all silently pondered and looked at Wang Lin's cave with awe and shock in their eyes. Heavenly Bull's soul armor. So powerful. Is this the soul armor? No one went into an uproar. They all silently pondered and slowly scattered. Yin Lu and company also silently pondered and looked at Wang Lin's cave with complicated expressions. They returned to their palaces and began to heal. After all, they had suffered some injuries in the previous battle. In a flash, 7 days went by. I drank too much last night. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.